Good morning, everybody, and thank you so much for joining us. I want to remind everybody to please mute your cell phones during the conference. I know this is something that everybody always reminds people of, but it always works for me to be reminded of it. I'm Linda Gustitis, and along with Elise Bean, I'm co-director of the Levin Center at Wayne State University Law School, and that is the sponsor of today's conference. The Levin Center at Wayne Law was established in March of this year by the Wayne State University Law School in Detroit, Michigan. Its purpose is to honor the work of Senator Carl Levin and his distinguished career of 36 years in the U.S. Senate. In particular, the Levin Center at Wayne Law focuses on Senator Levin's work as a leader in conducting oversight and investigations, largely through his membership on the Senate Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs Committee and his chairmanship of the Permanent Subcommittee on Investigations. The mission of the center is to promote bipartisan, in-depth, fact-based oversight by legislative bodies at all levels of government, federal, state, and local. It is with this purpose, then, that the center has sponsored today's conference, to reflect on and learn from the work of what we call the Church Committee, 40 years after the issuance of its first report in fall of 1975 on the covert activities of the CIA. The Church Committee was established in the Senate as a bipartisan effort to look into illegal and improper activities by the intelligence agencies. The impetus for the committee came from allegations that the CIA was spying on American citizens. The committee spent 18 months with 150 staff and held over 120 hearings, both public and closed, and issued 14 reports, the result of which was the exposure to the public of illegal and highly questionable covert activities by the CIA, including domestic wiretaps and break-ins, as well as assassination plots against foreign leaders. It also exposed similar illegal activities by the FBI, including the shocking campaign against Martin Luther King. The work of the committee led to the passage of S-Res 400, which, among other things, established the Select Committees on Intelligence in the House and the Senate, and a process for congressional declassification of classified materials. Today, we will look at the work of the Church Committee and how congressional oversight of classified programs has developed since the passage of S-Res 400. The questions we want to consider are: 1, is Congress fulfilling its constitutional role to effectively oversee classified programs? 2, is the executive branch sufficiently open with Congress and the public about classified programs so the public can fairly understand and assess what is being done by the relevant agencies? Is it living up to the terms of its own executive order? 3, is there a better process for Congress and the executive branch to resolve disputes over declassification, where Congress believes it is essential for the public to know what's going on? We are hosting the conference today in the Kennedy Caucus hearing room because this room is filled with historic voices and images from the past. Held in this room were such congressional investigations as the sinking of the Titanic, Teapot Dome, Pearl Harbor, Truman's investigation into defense contractor fraud, the Kefauver Crime Committee, the McClellan racketeering hearings, Watergate, and Iran-Contra, and of course, the Church Committee hearings. It is also where many of the Church Committee hearings were held. I'd like to take a moment to thank Senator Gary Peters of Michigan and his staff, in particular Marcella Richardson, his office manager, who were so generous with their time to help us navigate the various elements in holding the conference in this room. We're most appreciative. I would also like to thank the Marin Community Foundation for providing financial support for the conference. We have 3 panels for today's conference. The first will look at the work of the Church Committee, and it will be moderated by Mike German, a fellow at the Brennan Center for the Justice, Liberty, and National Security Program, and a former special agent with the FBI, where he specialized in domestic terrorism and covert operations. The second panel will look at congressional oversight of classified programs after the Church Committee, and it will be moderated by Laura Donahue, professor at Georgetown University Law School, where she is director of both the Center on National Security and the Law and the Center on Privacy and Technology. The third panel, which will take place during lunch, will be a discussion with Senators Levin and Lugar on the comments of the panelists and their own experience in overseeing classified programs. There will be time after each panel for questions from the audience. I now invite Senator Levin, chair of the Levin Center at Wayne Law, and Senator Lugar, president of the Lugar Center, to give a few words of welcome.
Well, thank you so much, Linda. She's one of the most amazing people I think I've ever met in my life. And she's done an amazing job in organizing this meeting today. Good morning, everybody. And I'm so glad to be here this morning with you to hold the first conference of the Levin Center at Wayne State University Law School, particularly in this great room, which Linda has described in terms of some of its history for, I think, the more complete list, perhaps, of the hearings and events that have been held in this room. They're right behind those pillars, and you can catch up to them at some point today if you're not familiar with those listings already. Thanks again to Gary Peters. Linda mentioned this. He was a colleague because he was in the House of Representatives when I was here, and he's my successor as well, and his staff for helping to make this possible today. We're here today to look at how decisions about the declassification of important information can be facilitated between the executive branch and the legislative branch. The current system is not working very well. We knew that going back to the 9/11 Joint Committee and their experience, and to the more recent Intelligence Committee torture report, both of which we're going to hear more about on the second panel. There is an existing process for Congress to declassify classified information. It is embodied in S-Res 400, which was the product, as Linda said, of the Church Committee's investigation. Section 8 of that resolution lays out a way in which the Senate can, on its own, after receiving input from the President, declassify information that it believes that the public needs to know and which it concludes is safe as well as important to make public. In almost 40 years, that process has been used, we believe, only one time. And that strongly suggests that it's probably not working, because surely there are plenty of disputes between legislative and executive branches that have taken place in the last 40 years in this area of declassification. We want to explore today ways in which we can make Congress a stronger partner in getting information of great importance to the public, where the release of which would not threaten our national security, even though it might embarrass or challenge our agencies or an administration. Now, I'll have some personal examples from my own experience, which I'll share with you later at lunch, where, as a member of the Senate, I was unable to get declassified important information related to our decision to go into Iraq, and the release of which would not have jeopardized our security in any way. Our panelists are really terrific today. I thank them and our moderators for their valuable contribution to this discussion and for their life's work. I look forward to their insights. Senator Lugar is my co-host today, as Linda mentioned. He is an old friend, and that probably is getting more and more literally true. We're both getting on. I can tell from our hair, what he has and what I don't have. He just was a great colleague and a great friend. As Linda mentioned, he's heading up Lugar Center in his home state of Indiana. He knew well the value of bipartisanship, particularly, but not exclusively, but particularly in the foreign and national security policy areas. And so it's a real pleasure to be with him again. Elise Bean, who's the other co-director of the interim co-director of the Levin Center, headed up a training session here that Dick Lugar's center, the Lugar Center and Levin Center co-hosted then to help train staff and members, should they wish, in how to do both bipartisan and in-depth investigations and investigative hearings and oversight. It's the only kind of oversight which can have an impact on policy. Other kinds of oversight can have political impacts, perhaps, sometimes counterproductive to the people who think they'll have a positive political impact in an area they want. Sometimes doesn't work out that way. But to have an impact on policy, it's got to be bipartisan, it's got to be in-depth, and as Linda mentioned, it's got to be fact-based for oversight to have the right kind of impact, which is long-lasting. So Dick Lugar, thank you again for being a great friend and a colleague and a co-host. Senator Lugar.
Well, Carl, it's my privilege to be a co-host with you, and I salute the Levin Center and the conference that you have helped organize today to bring to the fore issues that were very important 40 years ago and issues that are very important today. Let me just say at the outset that I came into the intelligence business not inadvertently. I had gone to Air Intelligence School in Jacksonville, Florida, as a young ensign just out of OCS, having volunteered for naval service. I was literally plucked out of obscurity by someone in the Pentagon because Admiral Arleigh Burke, then Chief of Naval Operations, had developed a briefing center in the E-wing of the Pentagon, and he was very hopeful of having briefings for the 40 or 50 admirals that were assembled every morning at 8 o'clock. Admiral Burke also was in a rivalry of sorts with Curtis LeMay at that time. This was before the Joint Chiefs of Staff situation came along. And he wanted the Navy point of view expressed, not just to the admirals, but to members of Congress that he might invite to these briefings at 8 o'clock. It was an interesting assignment, to say the least. I came to Washington as a member of that team. My responsibilities were to come to the Pentagon at midnight, begin reading the secrets of the country. By 8 o'clock, perform on those days that I was designated, and to respond to questions, for that matter, from the admirals, but also from the assorted congressmen, if they had the temerity to ask questions in the midst of all of this. Then I would go to the basement and visit with CIA officials and intelligence persons from other services, and on occasion, on at least 3 that I can recall, over to the White House to brief the president. Never in person. I was in a briefing theater situation with charts and so forth that Franklin Roosevelt had used for the fireside chats there. I could hear the president harumping in the background, but nevertheless, it was not a face-to-face situation. But it was very, very exciting and very interesting, and it lasted for over 3 years of time. I mention all of this because at the time that I had the privilege of being elected to the United States Senate in 1976, Howard Baker was the new Republican leader of the Senate as we met. And I'd known Howard. He had come to Indianapolis for various events. I appreciated very much his sponsorship of my membership on the new Select Committee on Intelligence, which was the outgrowth of the Church Committee. And so from the beginning of that committee, and for 18 years, I had the privilege of serving on the committee through various times and episodes. I also had at least some knowledge that had come back from my days as mayor of Indianapolis in a very different form. I was mayor at the time that Richard Nixon was president of the United States. In the third year that I was mayor, Richard Nixon decided to come to Indianapolis, and he had at least a very good reception in front of the city-county building with 20,000 people. He was very nervous about the whole business, but very relieved to be on the elevator heading up to the 25th floor to my office. And on the way, he said, "Lugar, I want you to go with Moynihan, Daniel Patrick Moynihan, who was then a staff member, to Brussels, to represent the United States at a conference on cities that's going on there." The president was really pleased that we went over and created quite a time at Brussels. I invited all the mayors of the world to come to Indianapolis the following year, lacking any temerity about this at all. And so an association with President Nixon was formulated. I mention this because I had no knowledge of the Watergate situation prior to all the revelations, but at least more than an acquaintance with President Nixon. I was designated by David Broder to be Nixon's favorite mayor. Nixon really never said that, but nevertheless, politically that was good and bad, depending upon how the seasons went. But we did have a number of conversations in that period of time. And so this is all a background for my coming here today to say that that history is very important of what happened with the Church Committee as an aftermath really of public distress as well as congressional distress about Watergate, and then the revelations that spilled out after that. But hopefully, likewise, our conference today is timely because the American public is now energized about more than declassification or secrets of our country. Genuinely worried, really, about the fact that our phones might be tapped, or our computers, or that, as a matter of fact, whether it's our government, or the Chinese, or the Russians, or what have you, that the sense of privacy, to say the least, is valued in a way that perhaps people have not thought about it before. And this comes at a time, likewise, in which we are acquainted with reports of cyber warfare, many reports in the last few days of 7 hacking incidents involving the Chinese in one form or another. In conferences I've attended, many people have revealed to me, which was news, that commercial interests in the United States, in their desire really to get data on customer preferences or other information about their customers, had long surpassed even our military in terms of their ability to collect data. We're doing so, given the cloud technology all over the world, have been doing so for quite a while. It's an interesting interchange between government and private industry in this respect. And if you're an ordinary citizen, it may be somewhat alarming to feel at least that all of your messages, plus your intent to buy or not to buy or what have you, may also be a part of public history. So I look forward to this conference, to hearing the two panels today. Obviously, it's an honor and a privilege to be with Carl, my friend, and I'm so grateful to him and to all who have associated themselves in forming us together for this conference. Thank you so very much.
Okay, I'll call up our first panelists then, and I'll turn the mic over to Michael German, who will be the moderator.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks so much for being here, and I'd like to thank Senator Levin and the Levin Center at Wayne Law for hosting this really important discussion, and Senator Lugar for being here as well. I think it's very important, and particularly that we're doing this here, not just in this beautiful room, but here on Capitol Hill, where these issues, even though our panel will talk about how we addressed them 40 years ago, are still very much the discussion of the day. And I'm incredibly proud and excited and honored to be able to moderate such an illustrious panel. First is Frederick A.O. Schwartz, better known as Fritz, who I'm lucky enough to have as a colleague. He's the chief counsel at the Brennan Center for Justice at NYU Law School. He was the chief counsel to the U.S. Senate Select Committee to study governmental relations with respect to intelligence activities, which is better known, of course, after its chairman, Senator Frank Church, as the Church Committee. He's also, most recently, the author of Democracy in the Dark, The Seduction of Government Secrecy. Thank you, Fritz. Next to Fritz is Dr. Locke Johnson. He's the Regents Professor of Public and International Affairs at the University of Georgia. During the Church Committee, he was the special assistant to Senator Frank Church. He later served on the Foreign Relations Committee staff and was the staff director to the House Intelligence Oversight Committee, one of the first intelligence committees set up after the Church Committee. He has written and edited over 30 books on U.S. national security, and also served on the 1996 Austin Brown Commission on the role and capabilities of U.S. intelligence agencies. His book about the Church Committee, A Season of Inquiry, is being republished. It will be a Season of Inquiry revisited, so that will be a great history for all of us to remember. And next to Dr. Johnson, we have Mort Halperin. Mort is the only one who is not on the Church Committee, but he did testify before the Church Committee. He is the senior advisor to the Open Society Foundations and serves on the board of the National Millennium Challenge Corporation. He served under 3 presidents. He served in the Department of Defense under President Johnson, on the National Security Council under President Nixon, and with the Department of State and the National Security Council under President Clinton. So he has a wealth of experience on the executive branch side of this. And he also has a very unique experience of actually being the target of illegal surveillance. So he really gets to see this from multiple angles, including as an advocate for the American Civil Liberties Union and the Center for National Security Studies. He is also the author or co-author of more than a dozen books, so incredible panel. Fritz, why don't we start off, if you don't mind, with just a lay of the land. This was during the height of the Cold War, middle of the 1970s. What was going on, and how did the Church Committee get formed?
Is that on now? Yeah. First, I want to say it's great to be here. I think, Linda, we really owe a debt to her for organizing this. It's a timely subject. There will be a new Church Committee. It only depends on when. And it's great to be with the 2 LL senators. And they represent something that is the, I think, most lasting contribution of the Church Committee, which is a nonpartisan approach to difficult issues. And I hope we discuss that subject later. Why did the Church Committee happen? I think it's not accurate to just say Watergate. Watergate was relevant. Vietnam was relevant, and those 2 events began to chip away at the feeling among the American people that the government is always right. And the American people as a whole at least wanted to know something more about what the government had been doing. Then there were other events that began to put out bits of information. The FBI's COINTELPRO program, while fully exposed by the Church Committee, the name was first revealed because of that break-in to the FBI headquarters in the FBI office in Media, Pennsylvania. Cy Hirsch's articles were important. I think they weren't as much of a trigger, but they maybe were the immediate trigger on the CIA domestic spying. There are two other things that were vital to the Church Committee getting going. One was President Ford had taken over for Richard Nixon, and President Ford could not afford to be seen as obstructing our efforts to find the facts. Because after all, what was the death knell for Richard Nixon? The death knell was that he'd tried to use the CIA to suppress the FBI's efforts to find the facts. While President Ford was not willing, and I think politically couldn't, oppose our efforts completely, he, particularly pushed by Dick Cheney, who by that time had become the chief of staff in the White House, and also by Henry Kissinger, pushed to try to obstruct the Church Committee, delay the Church Committee, but that failed for several reasons, but it's finished with a meeting of the Church Committee in this room. Oh, no, it probably was in the Atomic Energy place where we had our executive sessions, where Fritz Mondale, smoking a big cigar, said, well, we'll just have to keep getting extensions so they can't wait us out. And John Tower, the vice chair, said, amen, God on earth, or something like that. It was a big nonpartisan moment. Another key to the Church Committee getting started was that J. Edgar Hoover was dead. Had he been alive, and in my mind, our work on the FBI, while maybe not talked about as much as our work on the CIA and the NSA, I thought the work on the FBI was even more important because, to really oversimplify, the CIA was a threat to our reputation overseas, but the FBI was a threat to our democracy at home. So I thought the FBI work was even more important than the other. But the death of Hoover was vital because his reputation for having bad stuff about everybody would have made it harder for the Senate to get together and agree on a investigation. Then other things that I hope we cover later are nonpartisan, picking up on Senator Lugar's comment, making the investigation fact-based, I think was crucial, and that actually caused some debate at the start. Ability to deal with secrecy, where the House Committee, parallel House Committee, failed because they were not willing to make agreements with the executive branch on things like redacting names from various reports, and we could come back to that and should, I think. But again, I think the most important thing to know about the Church Committee was that it was able to act as a nonpartisan way. And just to finish, I think our single most important finding, many people thought we would just get to work and find out some more things about Richard Nixon. But I think our single most important finding was that every president from Franklin Roosevelt through Richard Nixon, 6 of them, 4 Democrats and 2 Republicans, had abused their secret powers. That was a finding that helped bring the committee together, and I think that was a finding, because it was a nonpartisan finding, helped us in the country as a whole.
Great. Thank you, Fritz. And we will definitely get back to all those issues. Locke, you've written a lot about this period, both before, during, and after the Church Committee, and you start out with the era of trust. Explain what you mean and the transition that you see there.
Well, let me begin by saying that it's so great to be here with Senator Levin and Senator Lugar. I've never met them before, but I've long admired their efforts to make our government work better, and it's a privilege to be with you. And Linda, what a wonderful conference you put on. Thank you. I'm just overwhelmed, flooded with memories, because this is where we had our public hearings in this room, and the senators were located on an elevated stage up here at this end of the room with the staff given barely knee room right behind them. And this place was jammed every time we had a public hearing. There must have been 500 or 600 people in here with the witness table up here. And I remember one day Mondale was in charge of the FBI hearings. And the staff was assembled behind him along with some other senators. And we had done, we'd worked around the clock for several days to get ready for this. We had every briefing book you could imagine piled all over the place. We could have answered any possible question on the FBI thing. So the hearings began, and Mondale, within a couple of minutes, turned around to the staff and said, "Hand me a copy of the Constitution, please." Did anyone have a copy of the Constitution? No, of course not. So much for the Church Committee staff. I would begin by saying that the objectives of the Church Committee were, first of all, to expose the abuses that had been discussed in the New York Times in 1974. And those abuses, of course, included spying on American citizens above all else, but also questionable covert actions in Chile and a number of other operations. And then after that, we were, of course, interested in trying to get results to do something about these abuses, and above all else, to create a new Senate Select Committee on Intelligence, which we did, and that was finally created in 1976, right at the end of the Church Committee hearings. And then thirdly, I think we wanted to build an edifice of statutes and guidelines that would shape what intelligence policy would be like in the future. And they began to tumble out as well, a ceiling on how long the FBI director could serve, the FISA law, getting warrants for wiretaps. One of my favorites, even though it's only 2.5 pages long, the Intelligence Oversight Act of 1980, which, though short, was powerful, requiring advance notification on all intelligence activities. So these are some of the things that we, I think, put into motion. And maybe above all, I believe we brought about a sea change in attitudes about intelligence. I mean, you can go back to 1776 and come forward to 1974, and you would find intelligence in the United States being treated as an exceptional case. It didn't have to be within the framework of constitutional safeguards, because intelligence work was so delicate and sensitive. They would sort of go their own way, and would rely on the, quote, honorable men, unquote, which was the title of one of the CIA director's memoirs, to do the right thing. Well, Madison must have been rolling over when he realized we were going to rely on people to do the right thing, because sometimes they don't, particularly when they have power, and maybe especially so when they have secret power. So we attempted to bring about a change in attitudes as to what the role of intelligence would be and whether or not it would be accountable in the future. It wasn't exactly the Department of Agriculture, but it was going to be subjected to many of the same safeguards, with hearings, mostly in executive session because of the delicate nature of the topic, but budget reviews and so on. I remember when I started working for HPSI, when it just got started, the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence, there was a Republican from Virginia who would come over to committee premises and spend from about 6 in the evening till sometimes midnight going through intelligence budgets. And a lot of the members, Les Aspin, Roman Mazzoli of Kentucky, were really dedicated to making this new oversight work. Let me read, if I may, quickly a comment from Gaylord Nelson, a senator from Wisconsin, and he said this right at the end of the Church Committee proceedings, which I think really capture what we did. I'm quoting him. "The committee deliberations were conducted in a bipartisan, thorough, deliberate manner in which the foremost commitment was to obtaining the truth. Despite the delicate nature of the task and the constant possibility of clashes with the executive over sensitive materials, the committee avoided confrontations on the one hand and leaks on the other, while managing to present a comprehensive report documenting a stunning array of abuses." I think that sums up pretty well what we attempted to do.
And Mort, let me bring you in as a victim of intelligence programs gone awry. When you were asked to come and testify before the Church Committee, how did you feel about the ability to get reins on intelligence and actually create reforms that would work?
As with the other panelists, before I answer your question, let me say a couple of things. First of all, I want to add to the list of the causes that led to the Church Committee and the Permanent Select Committee, Senator Mike Mansfield. My view of the history is that, but for his determination to make this happen, both before the revelations came out and then after the revelations came out, we would not have had a Church Committee. And the Church Committee did not lead inevitably to the Permanent Select Committee. I was lobbying during that period. It was not a foregone conclusion that the committee would be created. It was opposed strongly by the chairs of the existing committees who thought they were doing quite well at oversight of this process. And again, it was Senator Mansfield, who was then the majority leader, who helped to push this through, and I think we all owe him a debt for that. Many good things came out of it. I think it's important to acknowledge that in some ways the most important recommendation of the committee, that is that there be charters for each of the intelligence agencies and that they operate under these publicly legislated charters, simply did not happen. Many of us, including me, spent very many hours with the FBI, with the CIA, with other intelligence agencies, negotiating over these documents, but in the end, it was clear Congress would not enact them over the objections of the intelligence agencies, and it was clear that there was not an overlap between what the Congress and the public thought was necessary and what the intelligence agencies were going to accept. And finally, there's this issue of making information public, which in my view is critical to effective oversight. Unless the Congress has and understands that it has the independent authority to decide what information needs to be made public, that it's as good a judge of whether releasing information will harm national security, that it's as good a judge as whether the public importance of the information outweighs any possible harm. Unless Congress comes to accept that, I think oversight will be largely ineffective, because the executive branch will know that in the end of the day, it controls what can be said. And if a senator knows something terrible is going on, as we had a case recently with the NSA surveillance, where senators would get up on the floor and say, if I could tell you what the executive branch was doing, you would stop it. And it turned out to be true. We found out that the NSA was acquiring the metadata about every phone call in the United States. And when the American people found out about it on a bipartisan basis, they've stopped it. But it was only because somebody else outside the system chose to leak it, rather than what, in my view, should have happened and needs to happen going forward, is that the Congress needs to assert its constitutional authority to make that decision. The provisions in SRES 400 simply provide a means to do it, a means which, in my view, is extraordinarily deferential to the executive branch, because it gives them, as you know, first the committee has to go to the executive branch and say, we disagree, we want to make this public. And then if the committee is ready to overrule the lower officials, the president gets to say, no, I don't think you should make this public. And then the full Senate has to vote to overrule, to say we are not going to accept the president's judgment. We are an independent branch of the Congress with our own view. And I need the first step, with all deference to Senator Levin, is to stop using the word declassify, because I think that's simply wrong. Classification is an executive branch system in which the president instructs the people who work in the executive branch as to the circumstances under which they may, quote, declassify information. In my view, the Congress has an independent constitutional authority to determine what information needs to be made public to enable the Congress to perform its constitutional duties. Now, there may be some extreme limits on that in terms of advice to the president or war plans that the commander-in-chief is about to execute, but we're very, very, very far away from that. And when you're away from that, in my view, the Congress needs to exercise its own judgment. And in effect, I said that in my testimony, to come to your question. The issue was covert operations, and what I said was, I don't think they can be controlled, and therefore I think they have to be prohibited. Now, what I meant by that, and it's not as clear in the testimony as I would like, is operations that are inconsistent with the publicly stated policies of the United States. Secret activities in implementation of publicly approved policies, I think, are not what we normally mean by covert operations. But I was testifying along with Clark Clifford and Cyrus Vance, which was a formidable panel to be on. And Clark Clifford was saying that you couldn't count on people in the executive branch to control intelligence operations, that the deference within the executive branch of each agency to its own activities meant that within the executive branch there would be no effective checks on covert operations. And therefore, he said, the Congress has to do it. And what I said in my testimony is that Secretary Clifford speaks out of intense knowledge of the executive branch and understood that you couldn't control intelligence operations within the executive branch, and that if he had as much knowledge of the Congress as he had of the executive branch, he would know that the Congress could not control it either, because Congress's weapon in controlling the executive branch is publicity, is going public, is saying this is inappropriate, a committee saying it, and then the Congress enacting legislation to implement it. But when it's all secret, when all you can do is get up on the Senate floor and say, if the public knew this, they would help me get the support I needed to stop it, it can't work. And so I think we need a system, we need to go back to charters. We need to have the Congress say publicly what can and cannot be done. The Congress seems on the verge of finally saying you may not torture. I think that's long overdue, but it's the only thing that's going to work. And we know about the torture in part because of the Senate Armed Services Committee hearings that Senator Levin did in his report, which was enormously important in this process, and then the Senate Intelligence Committee report. But we need legislation that just says you cannot do this. Otherwise, it will happen, and it will happen again. So I think, for me, the lesson is that the Church Committee was right. You need the equivalent of charters. You can only stop things in the executive branch if you explicitly prohibit them in clear legislation, and if the Congress regains its control over information so that it decides, independent of the executive branch, what information the public needs to have. Thank you.
And Fritz, before Congress can decide what the public needs to have, it needs to get the information from the executive branch. And as an investigator, I know that the hardest issue is knowing what it is you don't know, what question you don't know to ask. How did the Church Committee operate, and how did they gain the trust, not just of the executive officers, the president, but the agencies?
Well, on getting the information, you have to be persistent. You have to be unwilling to accept an idea that you're required to specify the exact things you want, because you can't specify the exact things you want until you know what you don't know. So you have to be persistent, you have to be broad in your demands, and it helps if it's nonpartisan that we have to get the information. And without question, at the beginning of our investigation, there wasn't a shadow of difference between the Republicans and the Democrats. I think gaining the trust, we did some things that the House committee refused to do that I thought were exactly normal and perfectly proper to do, and they helped us gain trust. And they related to secrets. We said, you must give us the documents. But knowing their sensitivity, I'll use an FBI example, to the names of informers who were, for example, within the NACP for 30 years, even though within 1 year the FBI was told there's no risk whatsoever that this organization is going to do anything illegal. But we said, when you produce documents relating to that effort to infiltrate the NACP or to infiltrate the so-called women's liberation movement, which the FBI did. You have to give us the documents, but knowing your sensitivity to names, you can redact the name of the informer. And then if we decide we have to have that name in order to do something important to the investigation, we'll push you and get it. But the first instance, you don't have to give it to us. The other sort of structural agreement we made with the agencies and with the White House was that before we issued our reports, we would show them to the government so that, to pick up again on the sensitivity of names, and we had some fights about names where we insisted on revealing some of the names, but we could come to that later. But we said, we agree to show you our reports so you can say, well, you may not have intended to reveal the existence of an agent within the Kremlin in this little passage, but you can see, as you think about it, that the way you put it does reveal the existence of that agent, so please be careful about that. That's similar, by the way, to what good reporters now do after the Pentagon Papers case, in which the government lost the ability to get a prior restraint, and the government actually is far better off because they lost that case, because it has led to a culture among good reporters that they show the story they plan to run so they can be informed that you inadvertently would do something you wouldn't want to do, and then it's still up to the newspaper to decide what to do, but that's a healthy thing to do. And those agreements, I think, went a long way to our getting the trust of the White House, and more importantly, really, the agencies, and the House never getting it, and the House, as a result, being destroyed because of their problems with the secrecy questions.
And do you think there was any, or did you later discover there were programs or entities, agencies that you didn't know about?
Well, I'm sure there were. I mean, they were cooperative. Bill Colby was cooperative and got fired by the White House eventually for being, quotes, too cooperative. But I noticed that he was more quick to give us stuff that he thought we maybe already knew about. Mm-hmm. So nobody's perfect. And
right.
Of course you never get everything. I think it's impossible, but we got a hell of a lot.
And Locke, you talked briefly about some of the reforms that were put in place, and of course you were present with the first Intelligence Committee. Talk to us about how that worked, how the reforms that were put in place, and Wirt mentioned some areas where they weren't successful, but how they worked initially right after the Church Committee, and maybe the attitudes that were present at the time.
You know, when you look at the Cold War, in a way it was a battle between the Soviet Union and the United States over information. We wanted to find out what they were up to, they wanted to find out what we were up to, and also a battle to prevent the other side from finding out. And the way we have a similar situation between the executive and legislative branch, information is so important. And let me pose a question here, which I think illustrates how we really have made some important movements toward greater accountability. Here's the question. Who on Capitol Hill gets what information from whom and when? And let me go through that quickly. Let's look at the who. Often before the Church Committee, there would be only one legislator on Capitol Hill who would be told what was going on in the intelligence community. Allen Dulles might whisper in the ear of a committee chairman. Sometimes in fact, he said once publicly, "I'm not going to tell anybody what I'm doing." And then he paused and he said, "Except the president if he asks me." That's the same Dulles, by the way, who was on the Warren Commission and never told the Warren Commission colleagues that the CIA had tried to kill Fidel Castro 32 times. So in these earlier days, nobody on Capitol Hill really knew what was going on. And in part, they didn't want to know either. I remember when Jim Schlesinger was director of intelligence and came up to talk to one of the committee chairs of a small oversight committee, and the committee chair, a fellow from the South, said, No, don't tell me. Just go ahead and do what you need to do. So that was an attitude on the Hill. In part, I think the members of Congress didn't want to have culpability. Now, if you look at the period of the Church Committee, things began to change. And I think the first step was the Hughes-Ryan Amendment, which required by law all covert actions to be approved by the President, no more plausible deniability, and then reported to key members of Congress. So here we see the number of people in the WHO beginning to expand. And then, after the Church Committee, when these new laws began to pass, such as the 1980 Intelligence Oversight Act, we had every member of both the Senate Intelligence Committee and the House Intelligence Committee supposedly being able to hear information on all significant intelligence activities in advance. Now, there was a loophole in times of emergency. The executive branch could report only to a so-called Gang of Eight, the top leaders of Congress, but even that was only supposed to be for 2 days. Before then, the full complement of both intelligence committees were informed. So we've gone from before the Church Committee to hardly anybody knowing what was going on. In fact, there were years in which the CIA never even came up to the Hill to talk to anyone about intelligence, to a situation where we've got 2 standing intelligence committees where, at least again, supposedly, they're to be informed. Now, as we all know, that hasn't always worked out. You can have laws in place, but if you have an executive branch that doesn't want to honor the law, then you have a serious problem, and that's happened from time to time. In fact, all too readily, both Democrats and Republicans in the White House have decided to use only the Gang of Eight in all circumstances. That's not what the law says, but they've tried to get away with that. And sometimes it's been the Gang of Four, or maybe only the Gang of One, again, as Dulles did, coming up and whispering only to 1 or maybe 2 members of Congress. Now, the next question is, what was presented on Capitol Hill? Well, it was very haphazard before the Church Committee, really what Dulles and the other directors felt they wanted to tell the Congress. And then, as I mentioned with Hughes-Ryan, it mandated by an official legal reporting requirement that all covert actions of any significance would have to be reported to Congress. And now, remember, with the 1980 Intelligence Oversight Act, it extended that what to mean all significant intelligence activities, be they collection, counterintelligence, or covert action. From whom? Well, back in the earlier days before the Church Committee, only the CIA, as a rule, came up here to occasionally report what it was doing. And then with the Hughes-Ryan Act, you brought the President into the act. He had to sign, or at least in those days, approve orally. Later, he had to sign it. And the CIA reporting. And now, with the 1980 Intelligence Oversight Act, all intelligence agencies, all 16 of them, are supposedly required to report on all significant intelligence activities. And when? This is such a key question. When is this information going to be transmitted? Well, in the early days prior to the Church Committee, it was highly discretionary. As I've mentioned, you guys could go by and there's no reporting whatsoever. And then with the Hughes-Ryan Amendment, at least for covert actions, but only covert actions, and that's only a slice of what these agencies do, the prescription was in a timely fashion. If you looked at the legislative language, that seemed to mean 2 days. But even again, it's ex post facto. And then with the remarkable 1980 Intelligence Oversight Act, the reporting would happen prior, giving a chance for Congress to close the barn door before the horse got out. Very important difference. So I think that question illustrates a lot of important changes that have taken place.
And Mort, you've seen this development of the reforms, both as a public policy and civil rights advocate, and then going back into the executive branch, where I think oftentimes people can be very in favor of government transparency until it's actually their information that is becoming transparent. What's your perspective on how the reforms were implemented and whether they were effective?
Well, I think one of the problems we face is there are large numbers of people who are very good at openness and the role of Congress until they get into the executive branch. And then they forget about it while they serve in the executive branch. But then they have a second transformation when they come out of the executive branch and are back advocating the same degree of openness and transparency as they had before, and are not always as careful as they might be in making it clear that there was a brief pause in their support for these provisions. But I also want to emphasize the importance of who gets to see the information within the Congress. because one of the themes that permeated the creation of the Senate Intelligence Committee and the Intelligence Oversight Act was that nothing in those acts was intended to reduce the authority of the existing committees. The Armed Services Committee, the Foreign Relations Committee in particular, and Senator Javits was the leading exponent of this, and the Appropriations Committees, nor the right of any member of Congress to have access to any information that was in the possession of any committee. And if you look at the rules and regulations of the committees and of the Congress, that is supposed to be the procedure. The president doesn't get to decide which senators can be told something, or which members of the House, or at least he should not be under the Constitution. But in practice, members permit that to happen. You know, the executive branch comes up and says, only the 4 of you can know, and somehow the Constitution goes out the window, and they accept, you know, a junior official in the CIA telling them, or even the director, telling them that only the 4 of them can know. And I think Congress needs to change its attitude to that. It needs to go back to what the legislation says. It gets to decide which members know anything, and it gets to decide what information is in its possession. It needs to make public, and it needs to be willing to use the power of the purse to get the information that it determines that it needs, so that it's not in a position of negotiating with the executive branch, so that the executive branch says, well, we won't give you this unless you promise not to release it. The answer is, well, then we won't give you your budget. And I think that, I know that's hard and it can't be done every day, but on critical issues, it needs, in my view, to be done.
Great. And Fritz, when the Church Committee came to a point where releasing information that the executive was not necessarily in favor of releasing, how were those decisions made, and how important was bipartisanship in that, and did it break down during that process?
Well, I think you need to think of it, everything we did until about Christmas, and then things we did after Christmas. But in
So this is about a year into the...
Well, we started, let's say, in January.
Okay.
So I think we had 3, in the big picture sense, 3 disagreements with the executive branch. In 2 of them, the Church Committee released material the executive branch was releasing to. In the 3rd one, the executive branch won the argument. And it's important what happened sort of between those 2. So number 1 would be the assassinations report, which remains, I think, the most detailed description of covert action that's ever been released by any government, including in the United States. It happened to be focused on assassinations, but the underlying question was, how were these acts authorized? I mean, they were colorful and interesting and would have made great national television. And Senator Church, I believe wisely, decided we should hold those hearings in executive session and then release a highly detailed report. Howard Baker, coming fresh off his experience on the Watergate Committee, where he had the trademark, what did the president know and when did he know it? Howard Baker pushed for those hearings to be in public, and Senator Church said, well, I think it's dangerous for us to do that, because how are you going to be able to control what information comes out of the mouth of a witness in the same way as you can control what you choose to write in a report? And I think second, Senator Church felt that we were developing a relationship that worked with the executive branch, and to start off with his public hearings would have been a mistake. Now, of course, from his political point of view, those hearings would have been incredibly fascinating. Cabinet members like Bob McNamara crying, the relatives of the existing presidents coming in and saying it would be inconsistent with their character to do a killing of someone else. The officials of the intelligence agencies having different theories about how they said a president did or didn't authorize it. And highly colorful stuff like the ways in which they were trying to kill Castro or trying to kill Lumumba in the Congo for just two. But I think it was appropriate not to, and Howard Baker said, okay, I'm persuaded. So where were you? Oh yeah, the disputes. So in the assassinations, total cooperation with the CIA, and then at the last minute, I think Bill Colby had been told, look, you're finished, basically, and maybe you can be a little harder on the church committee. And so he started arguing we shouldn't release the report at all, and that got nowhere. Then the debate came down to names. And we had drawn a line between high-level people whose names we were going to release and low-level people whose names we were not going to release. And the low-level were not insignificant, like the chief of station for the CIA in the Congo, who happened for some reason to be represented by Ted Sorensen. I don't know how in heaven's name that happened, but we did not release his name. But there were something like 13 where Colby, and supported by the White House, said, you can't release these names, and we said, they meet our standard, which is a fair one. They were high-level bosses or members of the mafia who'd been hired to kill Castro, and we're going to release those names. And we did, and they were put out. There was a hearing in the Senate about the assassinations report, and I was telling one of the two senators that at the end of it, Robert Byrd said some words that I could understand the English, but I didn't understand at all what he was talking about, and they had to do with Senate rules, and whatever he said, the Senate then adjourned, and we put the report out within 10 seconds of the adjournment. We actually won in the court on one name before Gary Gazelle, who was the judge here in Washington who decided the Pentagon Papers case against the government. And I argued that against the lawyer for the chief scientist for the CIA who had concocted the toothpaste poison to use to kill Lumumba and concocted some of the exploding seashells that were going to kill Castro. And Gazelle said it's perfectly proper to include his name. However, they went to the Washington Court of Appeals, I guess the Court of Appeals here in Washington, and it was the next day, the day of the Senate hearing, and I felt I should be at the Senate and not arguing at the Court of Appeals, so we gave in and his name was not included in the report. But that was a fight, we had it, and we put out what we thought was appropriate to put out. The second fight was over NSA, and NSA and its predecessor, the Army Security Agency, had done some pretty extreme things back in the Church Committee era, one of which was every single telegram that left the United States from 1945 to 1975, when they stopped it because they knew we knew about it, was given to the NSA. Interestingly, the original reason would not offend, I think, anybody in this room. The original reason was the NSA wanted to read the encrypted telegrams that the Soviets and other embassies in Washington were sending to their home countries. And in those days, they used Western Union or whatever the telegram companies were. And that was the original reason why the NSA got every single telegram leaving the country, but in what is very typical mission creep, by the 60s, late 60s, and early 70s, they began reading the telegrams of civil rights leaders and anti-Vietnam War protesters. So the first issue again was, are we going to reveal this program at all? The Ford administration said, no, you can't reveal the program at all, but they gave in pretty quickly on that. Then the fight was over whether we should reveal the names of the telegram companies. And the wonderful staff person who found out this information by his investigation of NSA recommended against the names being disclosed, and I said to him, no, I disagree with you because they violated the rights of their customers for 30 years, and that ought to be exposed. That went to a vote, and it was one of our closest votes. It was 6-5, completely nonpartisan, both parties on both sides of the issue, but 6-5 in favor of disclosure, and those names were disclosed. So then what happened at the end of the year? The key event was the assassination in Athens, Greece, of the CIA station chief, whose name was Welch, in Athens. And I'm quoted in a book about all this stuff that the Ford administration danced on his grave, and that was probably a little harsh, but it was true. They took advantage of that death to try to change the climate. Now, George H.W. Bush, with John Tower sitting in the chair seat, because Frank Church wasn't here that day, is testifying in executive session in the Atomic Energy Room, and he says, looking at, and I was sitting right next to John Tower, and there were 5 Republicans and 5 Democrats on that dais upstairs, and he says, you caused the killing of Richard Welch, and we clearly didn't, and H.W. Bush had to come back and apologize in about 3 weeks, saying the death had nothing to do with the investigations. But the climate began to change, and in the big sense, climates do change. In the era that Locke was talking about, and Mort also, in the early days, senators actually said, I don't want to know. And then everybody wants to know. And then fear comes in, and I think fear began to affect the senators, and they felt more vulnerable and less willing to insist on disclosure that they thought was appropriate. So we had 2 final reports. One was on foreign and military intelligence, and one was on domestic intelligence. In domestic, which was much more focused on the FBI, there was nothing held back. But in the foreign and military intelligence report, if you look at it, you'll see redactions of information about covert action in nations other than about 5 or 6 that we had examined and issued reports on in the early stages are redacted, and the budget figures, even the total budget figure for all of the intelligence agencies was redacted. So there were 3 arguments. The Church Committee prevailed on 2, and on the 3rd, which was some of the details, not many, but some important details in that foreign and military intelligence final report, there's redactions.
Locke, there are a couple of methods that were part of the reforms for members of Congress to release to the public information that the executive says is classified. It was mentioned Senate Resolution 400, also the speech and debate clause. There might be more. How effective have they been? It's interesting, I'm not sure necessarily that that the fact that a hammer hasn't been used doesn't mean that the fact that it's sitting on the shelf make it effective, because everybody knows the hammer's there and can come down, and sort of forces some political cooperation. But how did you view it throughout the course of your participation in oversight?
I'm going to answer that question in just a moment, but I want to tie up a couple of dangling strings here. First of all, that NSA approval that Fritz spoke about a moment ago is particularly interesting because the origins of it was with Harry S. Truman. He signed the order that NSA could engage in this interception for the very reasons that Fritz talked about. And then all the other presidents that came along really never reviewed that policy. The power of inertia kept it going and expanding. Then on Richard Welch, you know, everyone, I'm told, in Athens, Greece, knew where the CIA chief of station lived. In fact, there was a tour bus that would go around Athens, and one of the stops would be the CIA lives right over there in that house. We never mentioned his name, but everybody knew his name. So to blame us for what happened to us, I think what happened to him is really wrong. When it comes to this whole question that is key this morning, I think, about bringing information that's been declassified into the public domain, I think the most important principle you'd find in the Constitution is the notion of separation of powers. Congress is an equal branch of government. And if you start there, then, as Mort was pointing out, you would have to conclude that Congress should have the right to bring information into the public if it thought it was important for the public to know. Senator Levin and I were talking about that, and he, as he always does, went straight to the heart of the matter, and he said, yes, but who's going to do it on Capitol Hill? Will it be a committee, the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence, or the full chamber? And that's about where the debate is right now. And if you looked at the Church Committee debates in the context of the assassination report and how it should be released, during that debate, which was rather short, I think a couple of hours one day, there were people arguing all on both sides of that issue. I remember Sam Nunn, a senator from my state, said, you cannot release anything classified unless there's a vote, a full vote in the Senate. And others were saying, well, we went to the parliamentarian, and he said that's only true for private communications to the entire Senate. Then, if you want to release that, you have to go to the full Senate. But if you're talking about the work of a committee, according to the parliamentarian back in 1975, the committee, by majority vote, would have the right to release the information. I don't think that's ever been clearly resolved very well. As it happened in the case of the assassination report, Church at one point said to Senator Griffin of Michigan, who said, we need a vote on the parliamentary rule. Church said, well, that would be silly to have a vote on that, but if you really want to, we can have a vote on the assassination report. But we never did because Mondale got up and said, look, the purpose here is not to have a vote, but rather to inform members that this is what the committee came up with, and here we are letting you know. So there were all these debates going on, and finally members, I think because out of respect for the many illustrious figures on that church committee, whom they admired a lot, really didn't push the issue much, and we were running out of time. A new bill was coming up, and we had to get off the Senate floor. So finally, senators began to drift out of the chamber, and there never was a vote. So I think it remains unresolved.
But Locke, did you understand what Robert Byrd was actually saying?
No, it got very arcane at one point. But all we knew is we went to the Senate parliamentarian. I mean, what else can you do? And he said, you have the authority as a Senate committee to release this assassination report. And that's why Mondale was able to go to the floor and say, look, Rule 36 of the Senate says we can do this. But Sam Nunn and others said that's an improper interpretation. And they might be right. I don't know. I'm a little troubled about the notion of a single committee being able to release such an important document like that. But, you know, it's also rather ridiculous, I think, if I could criticize my own committee a little bit, to go to the Senate floor with a mammoth report with all these details, highly classified, and expect members to vote on it. I mean, how could they possibly really know what was in it and vote on it properly? So I could see why some of them left in disgust and it never came to a vote. So the procedure is murky, it's a real mess, and we still need to address it further.
And Mort, I saw you wanted to react to that.
Yeah, let me remind people what SRES 400 and the House bill says exactly the same thing. What it says is if the committee receives information from the executive branch that the executive branch says cannot be made public, then if the committee wants to release it, it needs to take a vote saying that the committee has determined that it's going to release this information, and then notify the president that the committee intends to overrule the executive branch and to release information that it believes need to be made public. Then, if the president personally objects, the matter has to go to the full Senate or the full House, which of course can meet in closed session. But the Senate is given in the resolution 3 options. One option is to release the information, which if it's a detailed report would mean every senator ought to read everything. The second is to vote to support the president and not to release it. But the third option is to delegate that authority to the committee. So in effect, the Senate says we support the political judgment of the committee that this has to be released, but we want the committee to go over item by item with the executive branch and try to work it out, but we delegate from the full Senate to the committee the authority to make the decisions about what should be made public. I think, as I think the parliamentarian said, that limits the powers of the Senate and the House more than the Constitution requires, but I think in an appropriate way, and one that expresses appropriate deference to the executive branch, gives the executive branch a chance to argue it, establishes clear procedures, but then in the end of the day, it is the Senate of the United States, not the President of the United States, that gets to decide, as the Church Committee felt. I mean, I think it's interesting that we've gone from the Church Committee saying, we ultimately will decide, we'll listen to you, we'll argue with you, but we have this information, we have the physical power to make it public, and we have the constitutional power, to now the Senate Intelligence Committee believing, my view, incorrectly, that it could only release what the President said it was okay, or the executive branch said it was okay for it to release. So I think we have the procedures. What we need is the political will in the Congress to implement them, and it don't have to be done often. I think, as suggested, if that hammer is on the shelf, it affects the debate, but at the moment, it isn't on the shelf.
I was just going to comment that I like Fritz's reference to the media in situations like this. And if you read Ben Bradley's memoirs or read the comments by Bill Keller in the context of the metadata program that was bottled up for a whole year, they explain how that if they're the recipient in the media of a classified document, they will request a meeting with the executive branch, and they'll sit down together with people in the White House or the Pentagon, and the media will say, well, what exactly is so harmful about this? Is it going to hurt the nation if we publish this? And if the case is made in a compelling way by the executive branch, usually the media will back away from publishing it. If the case seems weak, then they'll go ahead and publish it. And in the same way, maybe the Senate Intelligence Committee, and I think it already does this to some degree, needs to sit down with the executive branch and find out exactly what's wrong with declassifying or releasing to the public this information. If the argument is compelling, then I think the Senate committee would retreat. But if the argument isn't compelling, I'd like to see the Senate, and even from my point of view, a surrogate of the Senate, known as the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence, have the authority to release the information. After all, we do allow committees to act on behalf of the full chamber on other things. One thinks of the black budget for intelligence, military intelligence, and the overall budget. That's really relied upon for the House and Senate and Armed Services Committees to fold into the budget. So this delegation goes on, and in a way it's a little strange, it seems to me, to go to the full Senate with very arcane reports on the intricacies of intelligence and expect them to vote on it. The real experts on that subject would be the committee members who wrote the report and maybe spent, as we did, several months on it. So I'm not troubled with the idea of, at least in declassifying intelligence committees, to allow the House and Senate committees to do that on behalf of the chambers, but only after very serious, careful, and conscientious dialogue with the executive branch on what the implications are.
You know, just one little quick point. The climate matters, the climate in the whole country. After tortuously long, Senator Feinstein got out her report on torture. If you go back and say that was on the table in December of 2001, 2 months after 9/11, the climate would have been so different. I don't believe either the committee or the whole Senate would have agreed to coming out with a report like that. So ups and downs are going to happen, and they're part of what's really going on, and it's not just what the legal rights are or the constitutional rights are.
And I know this will be surprising to everybody in the room, but classified information does tend to leak once in a while. In fact, pretty much every day in Washington, you can hardly pick up the newspaper without seeing some form of classified information. But it only becomes a problem, or it only becomes a problem for the administration, whichever administration, when it's dissenters. And Mort, you were targeted within the Nixon administration because you were an internal dissenter against some of the policies, or at least perceived as one. How do we protect, and how does Congress protect those the dissenting view to come forward to Congress? And because my concern is if we don't have that protected, what we end up with is leaks. And as we've seen, those leaks are becoming more and more massive.
Well, protecting whistleblowers is, in my view, very difficult. Because you need to try to define what is a whistleblower, what is appropriate to blow the whistle on, what the procedures in place should be. And at the end of the day, most of the people inside the system want to continue to be inside the system. And so what deters them from whistleblowing is not so much the fear of going to prison, but the fear that they will lose their clearance and their ability to work within the system. So I think we do need to strengthen the procedures and the protections for whistleblowers. We need to have mechanisms that they can use to reveal the information first to the executive branch and then to the Congress. But I don't think at the end of the day we can rely on that.
And Fritz, you've written in Democracy in the Dark how important journalism is to getting the public the information it needs, so that, and in fact, it's important for the members of Congress, right? Because unless they can generate public support for their position, it's very difficult for them to win the argument behind the closed dours. Can you talk about the importance of journalism and how to get this?
It's always been vital in our country. De Tocqueville, when he wrote Democracy in America, put newspapers as the #1 reason for success of American democracy. James Madison, at the start of the country, said, in a democracy, public opinion is sovereign. And right after that, with Madison being one of the main authors, the Post Office Act was passed that highly subsidized newspapers, so much so that by the 1830s or 40s, roughly 90% of the weight of material going through the mails were newspapers, but only 10% of the revenue. So it was huge subsidies, and our country believed that the nation should support newspapers. Back then, the vital role of newspapers was to disseminate information in a wilderness country where, there were not instantaneous communications. Today, there are many, many ways in which information is disseminated, but journalism is still vital for the discovery of information, and I think most journalists are responsible in how they do that. That doesn't mean they all are. But we have to worry a little bit about the America of today on whether investigative journalism survives economically, and particularly in state and local. The national investigative journalism is not as vibrant as it was 40 or 50 years ago, or people could say not as much of a pest as they were 40 or 50 years ago. But local local and state are really falling off, and so that's a big national worry. Are we going to find a way in which the investigative side of investigative journalism will continue to play the role that newspapers always have done in this country?
I'm sorry, go ahead, Mort.
Just one point. I think one, in my view, most troubling developments of the last 7 years has been the administration's attempt to use the espionage laws to prohibit the publication or to penalize the publication of information. And most troubling is the subpoena to journalists to try to compel them to reveal the identity of a source on the grounds that they were the only witness to a crime, the crime being a government official providing information to a reporter, which in my view is not and should not be a crime. But I think the administration seems to have pulled back a little bit from this, but not all the way. And I think Congress needs to pull back all the way and say, in effect, you cannot compel a journalist to reveal a source of information.
Great. Locke, you had something.
Just very quickly, it seems to me the nub of the matter here is how do you have secret intelligence agencies in an open democratic society? And I think the answer is you've got to have those agencies. It's a dangerous world out there. So how do you review them and make sure they're not doing something improper? You do that through accountability. So the next question is, how do you have good accountability? And I think that's a two-part answer. Part number one is you've got to have an executive branch willing to share information. And sometimes this happens and sometimes it doesn't. I think Jimmy Carter was very good at working with the new intelligence committees and sharing information pretty well. Other administrations have been reluctant to. The second ingredient is, how do you have members of Congress sufficiently motivated to do the good work of sitting down and reviewing these programs and taking it all seriously? Sometimes that happens, sometimes it doesn't. So we've got to elect, I mean, this sounds rather lame, I suppose, but if the ancient Greeks were here, they'd say you've got to elect good people to high office, people who understand how our system's supposed to work, separate institutions sharing power and working together in the spirit of comedy. Not everyone's going to have those skills, but those are the kind of people we need in high office.
Okay, I'd like to open it up for questions. Okay, if we could line up here would be easiest if we come up. Thank you. And just say who you are and what your affiliation is.
I'm Charlie Stevenson, but I teach at SAIS, and in 1974, I helped write the Hughes-Ryan Amendment. I'm curious to get your judgment as to whether that is a good template for dealing with issues like offensive cyber operations or drone operations with targeted killings. Is that a way, in effect, to have a Title 60 that somehow bridges Title 10 and Title 50 responsibilities?
I'm such a high proponent of the Hughes-Ryan Amendment, and I commend you for your good work on that. You know, that's worked pretty well, I think, where in advance of carrying out a covert action, and this can be propaganda, political, economic, or paramilitary operations, you have to go both to the Senate and House Intelligence Committees and brief them on what's called a presidential finding. And then the members of Congress can criticize that. They don't vote on it, but in a way they have an opportunity to bring it to a halt, because I guarantee you, if members of those two committees say that's the most outrageous program I've ever heard of and we think it's dumb, I think the president's going to back away from that, and in fact has on a number of occasions after those briefings. So Hughes-Ryan is a good template. The problem is, though, sometimes the presidents lately have come up with so-called generic findings. They're non-specific, and the Congress has been willing to go along with these findings. Findings need to be specific and concrete so you can really make sure the executive branch stays within certain boundaries. And furthermore, I would note that some people think the Pentagon ought to be doing drone missions to kill terrorists. I don't think the accountability is all that great over the Pentagon. That place is unmanageable. But with the CIA and the drone program, you've got the Hughes-Ryan reporting, and you've got, I think, much better control.
Is it on? Yeah. I'm Bert Wides. I was in charge of the CIA part of the Church Committee investigations, and then counsel to President Carter for oversight of the intelligence community, and finally on the House side for the House Judiciary Committee did some. Just three quick comments, and then I have a question or suggestion, and I'd like particularly Senator Levin and Senator Lugar's reaction. One of the ways that we found out what we needed to know was that somehow we persuaded a White House staffer to give us the records of the Rockefeller Commission, which basically were a template for then what to ask for. The second thing is that, just to underline what Mort said, I spent a lot of time on the House Judiciary Committee convincing them that when the Intelligence Committee was created, it didn't derogate their authority because the George Bush administration tried to keep everything relating to the NSA when that exploded away from judiciary on the grounds it was only intelligence. And lastly, the executive branch itself, as a result of the Church Committee under Carter, issued a pretty potent executive order on the rights of Americans in intelligence collection. But the suggestion I have is this. I've tried to propose that just as there's a Congressional Budget Committee, and there was a, not Budget Committee, the Budget Office, and there was one on technology assessment, that there be a Congressional Office on classification, and it be composed of people like Bill Leonard and others who have held high positions in the executive, military, and otherwise. They would not have the power to overrule the executive in terms of what should be classified, but they would, I think, give members of Congress backbone to release stuff, because now political concern is the main reason. People on the current Intelligence Committee knew about Section 8 in SRES 400, Wyden and others. They didn't do it partly because they didn't have the votes, but partly because they wouldn't have the votes in terms of members' concern about someone running after them. And the question I have is, if there was such a committee with very illustrious members advising Congress, and a committee could take a document and present it to them and get their expert opinion on whether it needed to be classified or not, do you think that would make a significant difference in the willingness of members of Congress to make things public when the executive said, no, it's too secret?
Well, Bert, I'd like to use Bert's question not to answer it, but to make another point about the power that members of Congress have. 10 minutes before our first witness, who was Bill Colby, Frank Church told me, I want you to start the questioning of every witness because senators don't know how to ask questions. Now, that wasn't correct, but there was a germ to what he said, because what senators can do in the hearings is to bring, yes, they can help bringing out facts, like Fritz Mondale definitely did that for us, but what they really can do is bring home the power of ideas and the emotions that are underlying what happens. And Bert was working for Philip Hart, who was dying of cancer, and at the first day, the most emotionally dramatic moment in the entire Church Committee's almost 2 years was when we'd made a presentation about public presentation about what the facts about the FBI were likely to show. And Phil Hart had been away because of his cancer, and we all knew that what the problems were. And Senator Church turned to him and said, since you've been away, I want to let you ask the first question. And what Phil Hart said, and all of us were crying, was, my children and my wife told me that this was what was going on. And I said, you just don't know enough. That wasn't going on. Now you've, in our description, shown me it was true what my children and my wife had said, and what we've got to do is to act to prevent it from ever happening again. But the emotional power that a senator, or I'm sure a congressman, can bring, along with questions that get at the policy significance of the issues is very, very powerful.
Good morning. My name is Mick Anderson. I'm a decorated national security whistleblower from my time at the Criminal Division of the Justice Department. I'd first like to thank Senator Levin for his help last year when I was at Department of Defense and was bringing gross malfeasance at U.S. Southern Command that included the knowing employment of, as a professor of a Chilean who not only was a top advisor to Augusto Pinochet, but served in his state terrorist organization, the DINA, and was later indicted for the torture and murder of 7 people in a civilian court in Chile. But going to my point about comity versus comedy and the whole issue of bipartisanship, in 1987, I broke the story as a journalist of Henry Kissinger giving the green light for the dirty war in Argentina. My principal source was Patricia Darien, who is a civil rights movement person from the South, a political appointee, somebody who came from the outside with a definite mission. Her primary source, however, was a guy named Robert Hill, who was a 5-time U.S. ambassador, a very good friend of a guy named Richard Nixon, and the guy who fought most vociferously inside the system against Henry Kissinger and what he had done in Argentina. Although they shared information, it was like 2 ships passing in the night. When you talk about the whole issue of climate, and now we're going into an electoral period, how reasonable is it to expect that with the partisan slanging going on, that we can come to fundamental agreement on issues having to do with the Intelligence Committee and human rights? Because I think that's of fundamental importance. Thank you.
Well, it does happen. I mean, after the Snowden revelations, the immediate reaction in the House was to almost pass a bill co-sponsored by Justin Amish, a highly conservative Tea Party person, and John Conyers, a highly liberal representative. And then a year later, the amendment which eliminated the metadata program was passed on a bipartisan basis with Mike Lee, conservative senator from Utah, and Pat Leahy, liberal senator from Vermont, leading the way. So on these issues, at least now and back at the time of the Church Committee, there can be a nonpartisan support for living up to the ideals of our Constitution, if you want to put it that way.
And Locke, I think it's always easier to look back on happier days as, oh, things got along. It's hard to take the politics out of politics.
Yes.
But obviously this gets done, as Fritz said. How can we, is there a way to set up a system that makes it easier to, for senators to work together across the aisle, Congressman?
I think it's very hard. Part of the problem here in not getting the kind of accountability for intelligence that we all hope would be the case when the Church Committee was around is that members of Congress are so busy. I mean, they have to raise a lot of money to get reelected. They've got other committee assignments, and they're really stretched thin. And so they don't attend these meetings of the intelligence committees as much as one would like, as we know from the National Intelligence Assessment prior to the invasion of Iraq, that only very few members of the Senate apparently read that NIE. So it's a very serious matter. In fact, I would argue, and let me make a distinction between police patrolling and firefighting, that on the Church Committee, we hope that the members of the new Senate Committee and the House Committee would be great police patrollers on a weekly basis, looking at these agencies and shining the flashlight and checking the doors, making sure everything was going right. But unfortunately, that hasn't happened at the level one would hope because of the reasons I mentioned before. So things will go wrong. You'll have a scandal like Iran-Contra, or you'll have a failure, such as a failure with respect to WMDs in Iraq, and then members of Congress become fabulous at accountability. They jump on the hook and ladder truck, they're firemen, and they go to work and trying to find out what went wrong and correct it. Unfortunately, that's ex post facto, though. What you'd like is policemen to find out about these problems before they actually occur. So this is a serious matter. I've been toying with the idea of maybe having as well as the two Senate the Senate and House Intelligence Committee, an outside intelligence review board, somewhat like the Royal Commissions in England, that will periodically look at major intelligence problems such as the metadata program. The problem with that, though, is these tend to be men and women of great integrity and intelligence, but they don't have the clout that members of Congress have. So they'll issue these reports in Britain from a royal commission, and nothing happens to them. Whereas if you have the Senate and House Intelligence Committees issuing a report, it's got a chance to lead to some kind of action. But maybe at least an outside body, a civilian intelligence oversight board, would be a supplement to help the two intelligence committees in moving things along. But as to how we overcome polarization, that's beyond my ability.
And Mort, do you have any advice on that from your perspective, from the executive branch or from public policy advocate positioning?
I think it has to be done on a case-by-case basis, and it depends on how extraordinary the deprivation is. I think one of the great successes of the Church Committee, which we haven't mentioned, is that it seems to have put an end to surveillance and manipulation of what was known to be lawful political activity within the United States. Much of what drove the Church Committee was, to be sure, the assassinations and some extreme covert operations, but most of it was about NSA and the CIA and the FBI investigating lawful political activity and manipulating it in the COINTEL program and in other cases as well. As far as we know, that has in fact stopped. And even in the Snowden revelations, there's nothing about, there's improper surveillance into people's privacy, but even with the metadata program, no suggestion that was done to learn about the lawful political activity of American citizens. Turned out it didn't help them very much in counterterrorism, but it was not. So I think part of the bipartisanship was created over the outrage about the manipulation of lawful political activity, as it should. But when you're talking about what should be the standards for collecting information from foreign electronic communications, it's much, much harder to have bipartisanship because it's much less obvious what is in fact something that goes beyond the pale.
Okay, and I think there are some reports that would challenge the notion that there isn't politically motivated spying, but that's not the, we'll have another panel where we can discuss that. Liza.
Hi, Liza Goitin from the Brennan Center. I think if you talk to Intelligence Committee staffers today, and I know we have some in the room, they'll tell you that one of the main reasons that the committees don't really make public classified information, despite their authority to do so, is that they're concerned that if they do that, then the information will dry up, that the executive branch will stop sharing information. And even though there's a law that requires the executive branch to share information, we've seen that sometimes that's honored in the breach, and that instead there's grudging notification to a gang of four, which doesn't exist in statute, and that essentially the executive branch will use this as an excuse to stop sharing information. So that leads me to ask, you talked about sort of the hammer of being able to vote to disclose information the committees already have. What's the hammer to get information that the executive branch has not disclosed? What leverage do the committees have? And, both actual leverage that they have and what they actually realistically can and should do to get that information?
Well, I think Mort really handled that one very well, and that is to remind the executive branch that the power of the purse is lodged up here. And that's taken rather seriously, I think, in these agencies in the executive branch, if the members of Congress have the courage to act on that threat, which they may have to do from time to time. And I can remember a couple of times when the House Intelligence Committee threatened to close off funding for certain covert actions, and the president retreated from those covert actions. So it can work.
I would again emphasize the climate of the times that I've been talking about a lot. The Church Committee got the information, except for a few things at the end. We even got the information at the end. We didn't release some of it. But the climate of the times favored public sentiment. Go read Lincoln. He's always right about everything. And He said, with public sentiment, anything can be done. Without public sentiment, nothing can be done. And it's true in this field, too. If the public is worried, you're going to get a lot of information. If the public is scared, it's going to be harder, not impossible, but harder to get information.
I think that's so true, and if you look at the post-Church Committee days, you'll find that there have been 4 major episodes that have been quite worrisome from an accountability point of view. The first one had to do with the Somalia and Ames counterintelligence case sort of happening at the same time. That led to the Aspen Brown Commission because there was public sentiment that we needed to look into both those cases. Then came the 9/11 attacks and a horrible feeling that we were let down by the intelligence community for not warning us in those cases. So public support for an investigation to that. And then the same with WMDs in Iraq. We went into Iraq, WMDs weren't there, and the public wanted to know what was going on. But then the last case is the metadata program, and notice here we've never had a major inquiry. Fritz and others have called for another church committee to look at that and torture and some other things, which I think is a great idea. But the public sentiment has not been quite there, and I attribute that to the lingering fear of the 9/11 attacks and a sense that we've got to rally behind these intelligence agencies in order to prevent such an attack, so let's don't be investigating them. So Fritz is so right about the climate of the times.
Sue, you had a question?
Hi, I'm Sue Udry with the Defending Dissent Foundation and the Bill of Rights Defense Committee, and I could listen to you guys talk all day, so I'll ask a really long, complicated question. I actually wanted to go back to Mr. Halpern's solution that what we really need is charters for each of the intelligence agencies, and I don't see any appetite on Congress for that, but I'd love to hear that there is such an appetite or some path forward on that.
I think there is no appetite. I think it has to be taken a piece at a time. That is, the 2 pieces that are moving now, and they do very much reflect public opinion, is something about assassination, about torture. You know, the Senate the Armed Services Authorization Bill has in it a provision that prohibits torture in all agencies. And torture and cruel and unusual and punishment. That is a mini charter. It says you can't do that. And we have the metadata provisions which ban the collection of that information. I think it's only going to happen one piece at a time because there is no appetite for comprehensive charters, and we learned how difficult and complicated they are. But I think we need to pick up pieces as we go and try to seize the public mood, not simply to stop a program as it's happening, but to legislate a provision that tries to regulate what should and should not be done.
The closest we got on the church committee itself to writing a charter was basically a charter for the FBI. And I spent a lot of time on that. We'd work in the Senate, we'd go down to the Dubliner to have a couple of beers and come back and work more and more and more. But it's very, very hard to write a charter. I think that's different than banning torture, it's really hard. And think about the beauty of the American Constitution, Bill of Rights, versus similar efforts in modern constitutions. The modern constitutions state the principle and then go on at enormous length to state the exceptions and then the exceptions to the exceptions. And what do you really end up with? It's very, very hard to write something that is a detailed charter. That I strongly was in favor of the efforts that others made. By that time, I had nothing to do with it after we finished to write charters. But my own experience says it's awfully hard to do. And you may end up with something which is like a modern Bill of Rights in some nation that has a good general principle and then 17 exceptions and then 28 exceptions to the exceptions and so forth. So, Morton Locke, you guys worried more about the actual doing of the charters after the church committee. So what would you say to
Well, I remember we had one charter legislation, and John Elliff could talk about this, that was some 260 pages long, or maybe more, and it was so huge and so complicated that to some degree it collapsed under its own weight. And also throughout the intelligence community, there was very strong concerted lobbying against that charter. But I would argue in a way we're beginning to piece together a kind of charter with Hughes-Ryan and the 1980 Act and the 1991 Act and FISA and a few other things. It begins to mount up to a charter. Let me make one last comment, and that is we've talked a lot about abuses and investigations today. I think we ought to remember that the Church Committee was really strongly in favor of our intelligence agencies and fully understanding of the importance of those agencies. I mean, over 100 of the people out at the CIA alone have given their lives in the defense of this country. So there's never any doubt that we believed in these agencies. We just wanted to make sure that they were operating under the law.
And let me just take the moderator's prerogative on the guidelines issues. The compromise within the FBI or Department of Justice were the Attorney General guidelines that Edward Levy put forward. And having operated under those, or a slightly modified version of those as an FBI agent through the late 80s and 90s, I found them to be an effective, not only moderating force to prevent abuse, but also effective or ineffective? Effective, very effective, and in helping me focus the investigations to where there was the most evidence, which is something that actually I found to be very beneficial to my investigations. It helped me separate the wheat from the chaff. You know, the problem with going with guidelines rather than a statute is that they can be modified, and in fact they were modified significantly after 9/11, up to 5 times, and I think that's the problem that needs revisiting. But I can't tell you how much I appreciate and am inspired by your continuing service on these issues and your continuing interest in compelling, so I thank you very much, and I'll give you all the last word. So if you have 15 seconds more, what's your last piece of advice?
Oversight of guidelines. I think what we need is provisions that say you can't change the guidelines in secret, you can't change the guidelines without notifying the Congress, so that the FBI or the CIA has to come up and say, we're about to make this change, here's why we're about to make it, give Congress a chance to stop them. I agree we're not going to get charters. Guidelines are an important way forward, and we need to find mechanisms that make them harder to change and require public debate if they're going to be changed.
I would just say briefly, as scholars, as journalists, as members of Congress, as think tank participants across the spectrum, we've got to help educate the American people about the importance of accountability and oversight. Congress is here to pass laws in part, but it's also here to make sure that laws that we have in place operate well, and these agencies obey them. And I don't think there's enough understanding about that across the American public, and so we need to have a constant drumbeat about the importance of accountability.
So Mort mentioned Mike Mansfield, and I want to use him to finish. People matter, and 20 years before the Church Committee, Mansfield, as a junior senator, called for an investigation of the CIA and the other intelligence agencies. It was laughed out of the Senate. And then comes the Church Committee, and he does have a lot to do with our success. Times change. Sometimes things seem impossible, then they can be done because times change. And Mansfield did more than just say there should be a Church Committee. He structured it in a way that helped with nonpartisanship. Number one, the normal structure for a Senate committee back then would have been 7 Democrats and 4 Republicans, but he structured it so that it was 6 Democrats and 5 Republicans. Number two, the normal committee has a ranking member, which you two would know much more, but sounds like an important title, but doesn't seem to really hugely matter. But John Tower was the vice chairman. And when Senator Church was away, he presided, like he was presiding the day that H.W. Bush said we'd killed the guy in Athens. And the other thing Mansfield did was he was very careful on who he appointed to the committee. He did not appoint maybe there are one or two exceptions to this, but he did not appoint the people who'd been failing because they didn't want to carry out oversight earlier. So he appointed people who weren't sort of tainted by their own past of not doing the job.
Well, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
As usual, Mike, you're really good.
Thank you so much, Michael, Mr. Schwartz, Dr. Johnson, and Mr. Halperin for those insightful observations and for that fascinating look at history. Let me note here that to commemorate the 40th anniversary of the Church Committee investigation, the U.S. Senate Historical Office conducted oral history interviews with 16 former committee members and staff. Collectively, these interviews provide fresh insight into the Senate's historic role in executive oversight. If you would like more details about this oral history collection, you can contact the Associate Historian Kate Scott at the Senate Historical Office. And now we'll have a short break, and you can help yourself to some more coffee and tea, and we'll reconvene in about 10 minutes for our second panel. Our second panel is in place now, and I am pleased to introduce you to Laura Donahue, Professor Laura Donahue, who will moderate this second panel.
Thank you very much, and thank you again for the invitation to be here today. On February 17th of 1788, James Madison, who is writing as Publius, published an essay. The title of the essay was, "The Structure of Government Must Furnish the Proper Checks and Balances Between the Different Departments." The central insight that was offered by that text, which we now know as Federalist 51, is that the structure of our government is what protects individual liberty. In that text we read, quote, "The great security against a gradual concentration of the several powers in the same department consists in giving to those who administer each department the necessary and constitutional means and personal motives to resist the encroachments of the others." In the Madisonian tradition that has sustained our country for nearly 240 years, Senator Levin today posed a vitally important question. How can decisions about making classified documents public be facilitated? Without this ability, Congress is severely hampered in its ability to resist the encroachments of the executive branch. For me, when somebody as knowledgeable as Senator Levin acknowledges and comes forward to raise these issues, to say that the system is broken, it is a moment of great import, and it needs to have some attention paid to it. Perhaps there is no better time than the 40th anniversary of the Church Committee to have this discussion. The 14 reports that came out of those hearings, which were held in this very room, detailed the intelligence community's formations, their abuses, their operations, and by making that information public, defined a generation. It defined a generation and it forced a number of reforms. So Ford's Executive Order 11905, which was later replaced by President Reagan with Executive Order 12333. We had the creation of the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence. We have the 1978 Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, the creation of an entirely new court, the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Court. All of that came out of the hearings. So the question that's now posed today by Senator Levin is particularly timely, as Senator Lugar noted this morning, when we found out about Section 215 of the USA Patriot Act that provided the government, when there were reasonable grounds to believe that information was reasonably related to authorized investigations, when that information became public, that was being used to collect all Americans' telephony metadata, it captured public attention because we did not know about it. Similarly with Section 702 of the 2008 FISA Amendments Act, when that information was made public, it caused a stir and public discussion of these issues. So we are once again at a time where we should be looking at how to make information public, and today joining us for that discussion is a very prominent panel. I'd like to begin by introducing the panelists, and then we'll move into the discussion. Eleanor Hill, sitting to my left, has 33 years experience in investigations. Her career started as an AUSA in Florida before she went to the Department of Justice. You would be hard-pressed to find anyone better versed in congressional oversight and investigations, including members of the House and Senate. I would suggest that you just know a tremendous amount about this. From 1980 until 1995, she served as staff director and chief counsel for the Senate Permanent Subcommittee on Investigations. She spent 5 years as the Inspector General of the Department of Defense during the Clinton administration, for which Secretary Bill Perry later awarded her the Distinguished Service Medal, and Secretary William Cohn later gave her a Bronze Palm for the same award. She co-chaired the Intelligence Committee's IG Forum, Inspector General Forum, and it comes as a little surprise that she was then appointed staff director of the 9/11 Commission. Also joining us today, Joint Commission. Also joining us today is Ben Powell, who was unanimously confirmed by the Senate. I think that's important to note. It was a unanimous vote. As the first general counsel of the Office of Director of National Intelligence. He then went on to serve under the first 3 directors of national intelligence. Ben was also special assistant to the president and associate White House counsel. He's a former officer in the U.S. Air Force, and he also has experience in the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Joining us also today is, Daniel Jones, who has led the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence's review of interrogation, known as the Torture Report, since 2007. Today he'll be giving us all of the details. In fact, no, but we will be discussing the procedures and the process generally involved. He has actually been in charge of a number of the investigations that the Senate Select Committee has held, including the investigation into Flight 253, Abdulmutallab. This is known as the underwear bomber, I guess, conventionally. He also has been involved in the public hearings on FBI intelligence reform. He was previously at the Federal Bureau of Investigation. He was working particularly on Al-Qaeda. He was posted in Germany for a while and then at the CIA, both different cultures from the FBI, I would assume. And so he has experience both in the executive branch and on the congressional side. Finally, we have joining us Michael Glennon, who's a professor of international law up at Fletcher, at the Fletcher School of Law and Diplomacy. He was legal counsel to the Senate Foreign Relations Committee from 1977 to 1980. He's a Fulbright Distinguished Professor of International and Constitutional Law and a federal at the Woodrow Wilson Center for Scholars. He also has completed a book, which is called National Security and Double Government, which challenges the view that U.S. security policy is forged by these Madisonian institutions, which I referenced in Madison's Federalist 51. He also challenges the role that the President, Congress, and the courts actually play in constraining executive power. So leading us off in our discussion today, I'd like to turn to Eleanor because of her long familiarity and understanding of how congressional investigations work to just lay out the current situation which we find ourselves 40 years after the Church Committee. Eleanor.
Thank you, Laura. As Laura mentioned, I'm in private practice now, but I'm really, I have to turn it on. It would be helpful if I turned it on. Anyway, I'm in private practice now, but I really view myself, I've spent the great bulk of my career doing government investigations of all kinds. I've done criminal ones, grand jury investigations, administrative investigations, but I have spent more years, almost 17, I think, of all, doing congressional investigations. And I just want to say a couple things that I think are relevant to today's topics, which I think are extremely important and very relevant to today's events, the current situation. First of all, I am a very strong believer in congressional oversight. I believe it's incredibly important in our system. I also believe it can be done in the way it's meant to be done, and I'll talk a little more about that. But it's something that really Congress can, one of the things I told the joint committees, the Senate and House Intelligence Committee, when we started when I first got there and we started the 9/11 inquiry, which took about a year plus another 7 months to declassify our report, which I'll mention. But I told them Congress can still do great things. And oversight is an area where they not only have the potential to do great things, but there's an incredible need for them to do great things. They need to take it seriously, and they need to do it in the right way. I also, my other main thought about congressional oversight, and I've said this before at similar events, is I think, to me, having done the whole gamut of government investigations, I think the congressional power to oversee and to investigate is the most formidable investigative power in government. And that includes the criminal justice system, and I'll tell you why. The scope, the potential scope of a congressional committee investigating is broader than the Justice Department that is limited to building the elements of an offense on a statute in an individual case. The scope is broader. There are few rules that govern the process. There are not, the limitations that apply to grand juries and courts and trials do not apply in the congressional setting. And beyond that, I mean, the influence, Congress reaches, a criminal case may make the newspaper, it affects the individual, but Congress, a congressional committee, reaches the public, reaches the media, it reaches across government to touch any number of agencies and departments, so it reaches its message, its findings reach a much bigger audience, and most importantly, its impact goes far beyond an individual case or an individual investigation. The impact goes into shaping law, shaping policy. It touches all Americans, and if it's used in the right way, hopefully it will shape the future of the country in a positive way. So to me, that power is incredibly important, and it is formidable, and it's the most important investigative power in government in a lot of ways. Now, having said that, it's not always used in the right way, as I think everyone has seen over the years from the McCarthy hearings on, there have been other examples. But today we're talking about intelligence, and I'm really glad to be here because I think this is an incredibly important topic. Intelligence, to me, oversight of the intelligence agencies, and when I was at PSI, or the Permanent Subcommittee on Investigations, which Senator Levin and Linda and Elise know quite well, we did oversight of a vast array of federal agencies and departments. Some of which were in the national security and intelligence arena, but the majority were not. So I'm used to investigating, and nobody likes to be investigated. I can tell you no individual likes to be investigated, no agency likes to be investigated. But when you go into the intelligence community and you try to do oversight, I believe it is the toughest and the most challenging task for an overseer. And the reason is, there's a number of reasons, but, and I'm not the only one who thinks this way. The 9/11 Commission in their report actually spoke about congressional oversight of intelligence. We did not in our review because we didn't want Congress overseeing itself, so we left that to the commission. But the commission called congressional oversight of the intelligence community dysfunctional. My own view is more along the lines of, I think, what CRS has said, and they do a lot of work on the intelligence community. They have said that the secrecy and the limits on access, and I quote, harbor a chilling effect for some because of the strict limitations on disclosure and use. And I think what they're saying is what I've seen many times, which is that I think the culture of secrecy in the intel community, which is to a large degree obviously very necessary, But it goes beyond that to when you run into that from the overseer's standpoint, I think it tends to intimidate some overseers because there is always resistance. The intelligence agencies are not used to getting in-depth, hard questions, in-depth review of documents, long investigations. They do get oversight, but they don't. When we did our review of 9/11, one of the things we ran into was that they were very resistant to us doing that kind of oversight. They were clearly not accustomed to it at that point. So that makes it very difficult to do. And I think it is much harder to do in the intelligence community to do effective and really in-depth oversight than it is in other federal agencies and departments. I also, Laura had asked me to say a few things about our 9/11 inquiry. This was the joint inquiry by the two intelligence committees, the House and Senate Intelligence Committee. And I could go on for hours about that investigation, but I won't. Suffice to say, it was it was unique in a number of ways. Number one, it was it was the first time, and I think the only time, where two standing committees had come together because of the point we were at in this nation. I mean, we had just lost over 3,000 people in the 9/11 attacks. It was a crisis mentality. Something had to be done. They came together. They put together an independent staff. This was also important. They hired a staff that was separate and apart from the staff of the two committees, the permanent staff. And that staff, of which I was the staff director, was tasked with doing the investigation. So they went and got an experienced, professional staff who had done investigations, done audits, done oversight, and were used to it, and they were independent. So it was not a partisan effort at the staff level. And what I think was the most important thing that set that effort apart was the bipartisan nature of its leadership, because partisanship is another thing that can hamper effective congressional oversight, in my view. It needs to be a professional investigation driven not by partisan politics, but by the welfare of the country and by the facts. And it has to be done in that manner to have credibility, ultimately, as a congressional inquiry. But we had bipartisan leadership because in the Senate, we had a Democratic majority, so we had a Democratic chair and a Republican ranking minority member. In the House, we had a Republican chair and a Democratic ranking minority member. Those four came together at the beginning of that inquiry and agreed that because this was so important to do, it was time to rise above politics and do that inquiry on a bipartisan basis. They basically tried to get consensus among those four on major decisions going forward. And I believe, personally, having worked with the four of them, that that was probably the most important decision they made in terms of ensuring that that was a successful investigation. And it ultimately was. And again, I'll just say a few things. We had 500,000 pages of highly classified documents were reviewed, 600 interviews, we had depositions, we had subpoenas, we had 13 closed hearings, and then because we felt it was so important for the public to understand what happened, we had 9 open hearings after the closed hearings. We issued a 900-page classified report and an unclassified version that was about 800 pages, including a lot of redacted pages. And it took us 7 months to get that report declassified. And what was the result? Well, I like to think that that investigation really changed the narrative on 9/11. And the reason I say that is because when we started, the families of the victims wanted a commission. They wanted an independent review. The White House was opposed to it. There was no move in Congress to get that done that was really substantial. And why? Because the agencies had come forward and testified, their leadership, that nothing could have been prevented, that there were no, as far as they knew, nothing was done wrong, that this was just a matter of very experienced people came into the country and got this done. And we changed that because our findings, we had numerous findings about incredibly long list of missed opportunities, failure to watch list the hijackers, failure to share information, a dearth of intelligence analysis, no human in the inner circle of al-Qaeda, et cetera. It's aircraft as weapons intelligence they had but was ignored. And I could go on, but I won't because I know we're running out of time, so I'm going to cut this off and turn it over to the next panelist.
Great, thank you very much. I'd like to turn to you, Daniel, to talk a little bit about the Select Committee. You know, as Eleanor notes, the Congressional Committee investigations are one of the most important tools that we have as a country. And she points to how it reaches the public, you have broader rules, the impact is significant on law, policy, in the future. How does that work with regard to the committee itself?
Sure. Good morning. Thanks to Levin Center for having me, and thanks to Senators Levin and Lugar for hosting this event. As you probably know, it's a pretty rare occurrence for a current staff member of the committee to speak publicly about the committee's oversight, so I want to also thank Chairman Burr and Vice Chairman Feinstein for encouraging me to participate today and trusting me not to inadvertently release classified information, so I'll stay with me. Hopefully none of that will happen. We'll ensure that it doesn't happen today, brother. All right. I'll talk about the overall mechanics of the committee, what it looks like. This morning we heard about what came from the Church Commission, how the Church Commission was set up. The committee borrows a lot of that. In 1976, of course, the committee was established. It has 15 members, 8 from the majority, like the Church Commission. It's not reflective of the overall Senate balance. It has 8 majority members and 7 minority members, no matter what. In addition to the 15 members, those 15 members are served by a staff of roughly about 40 staffers. About 2/3 of that staff come from the intelligence community or the military. The other third come directly to the committee from other assignments on Capitol Hill. Each staffer, right, and currently there's 2 staffers from majority and minority assigned to different issue areas. Those issue areas can be, regional, such as the Middle East. They can be topic-based, counterproliferation, counterterrorism, counterintelligence. And in addition to those assignments for the 40 staffers, 15 of the staff also have additional responsibilities, and their responsibility is to be a designated staffer for a particular senator. So as what we call designees, as a designated staffer for a senator, you are the staffer who, if a senator wants a classified letter written to the Director of Central Intelligence Agency on a particular topic, that senator on the committee can turn to this staffer who works in a secure facility here next door in the Hart Building, can compose that letter for the senator. If the senator wants to drill down on something they heard in a hearing or a briefing, they can use that staffer to extend their work on the committee. There are basically 4 major areas that the committee conducts, where the committee conducts its oversight. One would be the sort of daily, day-to-day workings of the staff. Another would be confirmation and oversight hearings. Another would be legislation. And the final would be reviews and investigations, which I'm sure we'll speak more of later in the panel. In regards to the daily oversight of the committee, every day there'll probably be somewhere between 3 and 10 meetings between the staff of the committee and different members of the intelligence community. We have 2 spaces in the Hart Building, secure spaces where we can hold classified information and where we can discuss classified information. There are times where we run out of rooms because there's so many meetings going on, and oftentimes staff travel out to the intelligence community sites to take briefings. So that happens every day. That's sort of the day-to-day workings of the committee. We also have confirmation hearings, which everyone knows about. And then we have hearings about twice a week, but it's been for the last few years since I've been on the committee. We have twice a week, typically closed, where we accept testimony from intelligence community officials and it's an opportunity for senators to ask questions of these officials. And a transcript is maintained in the Senate Intelligence Community offices, and again, that happens about twice a week. For about anywhere between, the meetings last anywhere between an hour and a half to 3 hours, depending on the topic and the interest level. Legislation, we do intelligence authorization bills and related legislation. And then, of course, the big one, which we're talking about largely today, are reviews and investigations. The last few years, our big reviews and investigations have been the attempted terrorist attack on December 25th, 2009 on Northwest Flight 253. That happened obviously in 2009. The report came out in May 2010. We also did a report on the terrorist attacks in Benghazi. As I recall, that happened in September 2010. And that report came out in January 2014, so it took a little bit more time. And then, of course, the large report that came out in December, the 500-page executive summary of the larger 6,700-page committee study on the CIA's former detention interrogation program. That ordeal officially began in 2009, but has its roots in 2007 with an article that came out about the destruction of CIA videotapes in the New York Times. A smaller investigation rolled into a larger investigation. On March 2009, the committee agreed to a broad terms of reference to investigate the CIA interrogation program. That vote was 14-1. That report was finally released in December 2014. And of course, the full report remains classified.
Just if you could follow up a little bit more to talk about how you handle declassification requests and decisions in the course of the interrogation and coercion report. Since 2007, for 8 years, this has been a struggle. Can you detail exactly how that process works?
Sure, let me give you the public history of it. We completed the report, a more than 6,000-page report, in December of 2012. It was approved by a bipartisan vote of 9-6. At that point, pursuant to the interest of the members, they sent the report to various executive branch agencies in the White House for comment. Senator Feinstein said that she would incorporate any comments the CIA or other agencies had into an updated version of the report. That was in December of 2012. We ambitiously asked for comments from all of the intelligence communities affected and the White House by mid-February of 2013. The committee finally received comments from the CIA only on June 27th, 2013. We then incorporated those comments from the executive branch, i.e. the CIA, into a report that was updated. The committee members approved that and voted to declassify in April of 2014. So now we're in April 2014. The members want to release a 500-page executive summary. We submitted that, asked Senator Feinstein has spoken publicly about this on the floor. She requested the White House to lead the declassification review given the conflicts of interest. The White House declined to take that position and gave the report to the CIA for redaction review. Between April and August, we waited for a response, received a redacted report on August 3rd, I believe, of 2014. About 15% of the report was redacted. Those who are familiar with the report will know there's a 5 to 10 page section on the capture of Khalid Sheikh Mohammed. The original version of that was completely blacked out. And so we worked with the CIA and the White House on reducing those redactions from the period of time of August, early August, and through early December, and reduced the overall redactions from 15% to somewhere near 7%. And then probably within a couple days of reaching agreement with the executive branch, we released the report.
So that's from 2012, 2013 to the present, but you left out Senate Resolution 400, Section 8. The only time this provision has actually been even partially used was in relation to the legal decisions and the correspondence, right, underpinning this. Can you talk a little bit about that partial use of Senate Resolution 400?
That predates the March 2009 launch of the larger review. As I mentioned, in December of 2007, the New York Times ran a story on the CIA destruction of videotapes that led to more interest in the committee to investigate this issue. The committee put together a timeline, basically, of the legal review of the interrogation program. The committee wanted to release that timeline publicly. The committee took a vote to send that to the president, starting that Senate Resolution 400 exercise. Before the committee even got to the point of writing a letter and submitting it to the president, the executive branch basically complied and declassified the OLC timeline, which is on the committee's website.
So under that resolution, the way it works is the committee votes. If the majority votes it, then it goes to the president. The president then has 5 days to raise any objections to the committee. If the president does raise objections that the national interest, are the words in the resolution, would be endangered in ways that outweigh public interest in having that information, then the committee has two choices, either to stop the information from being made public or to send it to the full Senate for a vote. And that's the process that was interrupted by the Bush administration making that information public. Is that correct? What about subpoena powers or using the speech and debate clause under the Constitution? In all of this back and forth over the classified materials, were those types of mechanisms ever considered as options?
So as a current committee staffer, I'm somewhat constrained to talking about internal committee matters. I will say that Senator Udall and Senator Wyden have both spoken on the Senate floor and have spoken publicly about their consideration, their personal considerations of those options. Senator Udall mentioned that he was considering going to the Senate floor and reading the report. Senator Wyden had spoken publicly about further use of Senate Resolution 400, but beyond that, I'm afraid to restrain myself.
Okay. So Eleanor, what about with the 9/11 Joint Commission? Were there similar type issues that you faced in trying to declassify materials, and how was that addressed?
The report. We had major problems getting our report declassified, and I can read to you from Bob Graham's book, which he says it as well as I could. This is a paragraph, and Bob Graham was the chairman of the Senate Intelligence Committee when we did our review. So he was the chairman on the Senate side. On the House side, Porter Goss was the chairman, Nancy Pelosi was the ranking Democrat, and Senator Shelby was the ranking Republican in the Senate. So those were the four that led the joint inquiry. And this is what Senator Graham says. And I'll just preface it by saying the committees voted on a report in December of 2002. It was 800 to 900 pages, and this is important to note. When the committees wrote that report, we did not write it in an unclassified version. We intentionally wrote it as based on what was relevant, whether it was classified or unclassified. So that report was not written to minimize classified information. It was written based on what the facts said and what the conclusions were. And the agencies were used to having committee reports written in a way that they were unclassified, and therefore they would not have to go back and forth over things. We wrote it this way, one, because that was the full story, but also because, as you'll see in Bob Graham's remarks, there was a concern that if we wrote it on a limited basis, we would never get a chance to get out more of the story to the public. And the only way to push that envelope was to write it in the full, write everything down, and then redact for the public and show the redactions where that report had been redacted by the agencies. So here's what the chairman of the Senate committee said. We sent, the report was completed on December 20th, and we delivered it to the CIA on December 21st for declassification. By March, this is Bob Graham's words, by March, the CIA had completed a review of only 200 of 900 pages. The CIA, in the late spring, the CIA presented its version of the unclassified report. Huge swaths of text were blacked out. Some of the very pieces of information that the CIA had declassified for the public staff statements, which were in the public hearings, of the joint inquiry were now reclassified. Some information that was never classified to begin with was now classified. The argument being that although the individual pieces of information were unclassified, assembling them as we had created a mosaic that now had to be classified. The CIA thought their work was done. Eleanor and Rick was Rick Cincagrana, my deputy. Eleanor and Rick, however, disagreed. They went through every section the CIA wanted out, checked the information there against open source documents, newspapers, government reports, websites, public statements from officials. With pages and pages of open source material that made a mockery of the CIA's attempt at classification, they went back for another round. Ultimately, they convened a meeting with classification representatives of the CIA, the FBI, and the NSA, and went through the report page by page, arguing over what could be released. The agencies found the process infuriating. Why hadn't we simply worked with them to create an unclassified version of the report from scratch? The reason, of course, was that had we done that, we would have ended up with the most wishy-washy and uninformative document imaginable. This is the chairman's words. We all agreed that were we to have any impact, we would have to start from the classified version and move backward. Finally, on July 24th, 2003, more than 7 months after the initial submission, the public report was released with the redactions noted in the report, so the public understood where material had been taken out. And having been in those discussions, what he doesn't say is those meetings were every day, all day, in our office space for 7 months.
So I'm a little confused. So under Executive Order 13526, it explicitly says that documents or information cannot be deemed classified to conceal violations of law or inefficiency, to prevent embarrassment to a person, organization, or agency, or to prevent or delay the release of information that does not require information, the protections in the interest of national security. So it seems extraordinary that information in the public domain that anybody could put together in the public domain, that information would then be reclassified somehow by the executive branch.
That is extraordinary, but that's what happened. And you're right. I mean, that's what it says, but that's not what the agencies do, or did in that instance.
There was a different executive order in place at the time. This is the Obama administration order, but that section is the same.
Yeah, but the principle is the same. Classification is to protect sources and methods and to protect the national security. It's not to protect the reputation of an agency.
So what were your options aside from 7 months of meeting and hard bargaining behind closed doors? What were your options at that point?
Well, we could have given in and just put out what they thought we could put out, which we didn't want to do. We could have, I guess, considered, and again, we had people look at this at the time, and whether or not we could try to, I think they complained. I think they complained to the agencies and the administration. But, you know, in terms of taking it to the full Senate or something like that, they felt that this was, let's try it this way first to say we've exhausted every possible alternative. And that's what we did. And from a personal standpoint, it was quite challenging. Rick and I would also add that part of the, this committee, or the Joint Committee, was authorized for a year. So which is why the report, and Senator Levin remembers this because he was a member of our joint inquiry, and he was there in December when they voted on the report. But the authorization for the inquiry was closed at the end of the year. So we then had this disagreement with the agencies about the report, and we lost our staff, we lost our funding for the inquiry, but myself and Rick Cincagrana stayed on I think we were put on the House. I think the Intelligence Committee in the House put us on their payroll for the time. And basically, it was he and I, the two of us, and the agencies. And we did, we pulled and went searching for all the stuff we could come up with, and we sent them back a huge stack of documents and said, okay, now we have to sit down and go through this. And when I mean go through it, we sat around a table every day with the agencies and went line by line. And if you look at some of the redactions, I mean, it got to the point, particularly in the 27 pages that are still pretty much blacked out, you'll see there are periods and there are names of members that are still in there because I insisted that be in there because there were some things that they couldn't possibly call classified. So it was, I think at the time, I think the chairman described it as a tortuous process, and it was.
Right, and now I understand Senate, the Resolution 400 only applies to Senate Select Committee on Intelligence for having a committee vote to reveal classified information, and the Senate Ethics Committee can actually look into any release of classified material. So even if you do use the speech and debate clause, there might be issues within the Senate.
Well, and this was, you got to remember, this was a report by both the House and the Senate,
A
which
joint
complicated it further. I mean, when we came together at the beginning, we had to, for instance, I remember on depositions, we wanted to take depositions. The House did not have deposition authority, but the Senate did, so we had to use the Senate rules. So there were things like that where, because you weren't dealing with a unified committee, you had to, we had the benefit of Senate legal counsel, so.
Right, great. So Michael and Ben, I'd like to bring you into this as well. Michael, how indicative is this of a bigger problem that you've observed? You certainly have written at length about this in your book. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yes, Laura, thank you very much. And Linda, thank you for inviting me to be here, for organizing this. Senator Levin, and Senator Lugar, thank you for bringing us all together. Our panel has been invited to try to assess the state of post-Church Committee intelligence oversight. The 9/11 Commission, as Eleanor said, addressed this issue, and the Commission was unusually blunt in its own assessment. It described congressional oversight of the intelligence community as dysfunctional, as Eleanor mentioned. If that's true, I can only say that it was not always that way. I share the views of the first panel, though I sense that my own judgment may be somewhat more pessimistic than theirs on a number of these issues. Locke, Mort, and Fritz each contributed greatly to making the Church Committee and its report the gold standard in congressional investigations. I call it the gold standard for 4 reasons. First, it clearly assessed responsibility, administrative as well as legal. Second, recommended practical, sensible reforms. Third, it vigorously performed a checking function. And fourth, it asked the right questions. Those are the 4 standards, in my view, that later congressional investigations ought to be judged by. Clearly, the most significant of those investigations has been the Senate Intelligence Committee's study of the CIA's torture program. So I'd like to take a few minutes to look at that report as a kind of case study. The Intelligence Committee staff conducted its investigation under extremely difficult circumstances, with limited cooperation from the CIA and limited support from a divided committee. The staff was nevertheless able to produce a report that extensively documents misconduct by officials of the United States government that is nothing less than barbaric. Bringing this evidence to public light discharged an important function of an oversight committee, but notwithstanding the significance of that achievement, the question remains, on balance, how does the report stack up against the 4 criteria that I just identified? So let's consider it under each of those criteria. First, the report does not clearly pinpoint responsibility, even though the issues are clear. administratively, who specifically was in the chain of command? Who approved these activities? Who was the ultimate decider? Accountability means identifying where the buck stopped. And on that vital issue, the report says virtually nothing. Unfortunately, the same is largely true with respect to applicable law. The law that governs these matters is complex and multi-layered. The public, therefore, needs guidance. What was the legality of the issues, of the activities that the report describes? Did the CIA's conduct violate treaties to which the United States is a party? Did it violate customary international law? Did it violate the Constitution? Did it violate federal statutory law? Did it violate applicable executive orders? These are critically important issues because impropriety and illegality are two very different things. But again, the report makes no assessment of the legality of any of the activities that it describes. Second, for this reason, the report also has nothing to say about potential reforms, about how we prevent these abuses from occurring again. One essential function of an oversight committee is to evaluate whether the existing law works and whether that existing law needs to be fixed. But because the committee made no findings about what the law is, it obviously could make no findings about whether the law worked or failed, and therefore it could make no recommendation about what the law should be. Congress and the public were therefore left in the dark about whether these activities can lawfully take place again. The third criterion is whether the Intelligence Committee performed its checking function vigorously. Oversight committees often are the last best line of defense of the rule of law by checking the abuse of arbitrary power. Effective checking means not taking no for an answer and not taking no answer for an answer. In the footnotes of the torture report, however, we learn that the committee was denied access to 9,400 documents that it identified as relevant to its investigation. It requested access to those documents in 3 separate letters to President Obama. President Obama never responded, and the committee simply dropped the request. No subpoena was issued, no contempt citation was sought, no funding cutoff was pursued, nothing. Moreover, the committee called no witnesses, took no depositions, and conducted no interviews, even of alleged victims who sought to testify. Its study is based solely on documents that the CIA chose to provide it. It is no secret, of course, that the most sensitive evidence, especially evidence of criminal wrongdoing, is rarely reduced to writing. It is relayed orally in conversations. Therefore, to learn what was said and to clarify the ambiguities in documentary evidence that inevitably arise, there is no substitute for interviewing witnesses. The most probative evidence, of course, is often eyewitness testimony, yet apparently no member of the committee or its staff visited the CIA's black site prisons while these activities were taking place. Any comprehensive review of accountability has to include an assessment of the committee's own role. It is very difficult to read the ghastly details in this report, page after page, without the question leaping out at you, where was the Intelligence Committee while all this was going on? History may be illuminating, but the job of an oversight committee, in the end, is not hindsight, it is oversight. The abuse of power cannot be checked if misconduct is viewed only through a rearview mirror. Finally, fourth, the committee's whole investigation, in my judgment, got off on the wrong foot because it asked the wrong question. The central question it asked was, is the CIA's torture program effective? Now, I suppose we're all curious up to a point whether Zero Dark 30 was accurate or whether all this brutality was ultimately gratuitous. But the intellectually honest answer is that, at least under certain circumstances, of course, torture can be effective. Of course, it is conceivable that at least one of the 39 persons that the CIA tortured coughed up actionable intelligence as a result. Therefore, isn't the right response, who cares whether torture worked? It could have worked. The question is not whether torture happened fortuitously to be effective. The question is, how could the United States government have adopted torture as an approved instrument of national policy? It is not, after all, as though the propriety of waterboarding is a question of first impression for the United States. Waterboarding is an offense for which we hanged Japanese soldiers as war criminals at the end of World War II. President Obama has said that the United States prohibits torture without exception or equivocation, unquote. For over 200 years, we have defined our identity as a people with that simple precept, we do not torture, period. But the Intelligence Committee's focus leaves us with the question whether that precept has now changed and whether the operational principle today is we don't torture unless it works.
All right, thank you. I'd like to turn just briefly to Daniel to give you a chance to respond, and then we'll move to Ben.
I think if you look at sort of the task that was given to staff, the back of the 500-page summary of the larger 6,700-page report, there's a terms of reference that guided our study, and we were, as a staff, told to go and create a fact-based report. Basically, get the documents, which included interviews that the Inspector General had done, which included people's emails back and forth within the agency, which included same-time messaging system the agency has between CIA officials, and tell the facts. What did the documents say? And we had really an unprecedented document production that started in about 6 months after the approval of the terms of reference, all the way up until August of 2012, produced 6.3 million pages of records. And I think what the report tries to do is to say, these are the facts as we found them. And it does not make judgments in the text that the staff put together. All told, there are, again, almost 7,000 pages narrative that remains classified. If you stack the report, which sits on my desk in the office, goes to about this high. And there's 38,000 footnotes. And those 38,000 footnotes are to specific facts, specific documents. And they include things, as you mentioned, Jose Rodriguez, who was then the chief of the Counterterrorism Center, telling his operatives in the field, don't put your legal concerns in writing. Let's do that over the phone. So the report's very upfront in what we don't know. But I view it personally as a large arc of facts, which began with reporting and started here in Congress with Senator Levin, Senator Armed Services report on detainee abuses in the U.S. military. We are another step. We are not the final statement on this program, I don't think, but it's a major contribution, I think, moving forward.
Thanks. So your remarks on the purpose was to find out what happened actually harkens back to Michael's comment that there's a difference between oversight and hindsight. Hindsight is what happened, but the committee is supposed to be conducting oversight. So, Ben, I'd like to turn to you. How much of what Congress does, at least from the executive branch's perspective, is reactive and more or less hindsight, or just detailing facts of what happened, and how much is more proactive, which is more of ongoing oversight?
Sure. First, I'd like to thank Senator Levin and Senator Lugar for putting on this event in the Levin Center at Wayne State University and inviting me. I always joke with Laura, I don't do a lot of these types of panels because I feel like every one of them turns into a discussion of the NSA metadata program and the CIA interrogation program, as if there's nothing else in the many billions of dollars being spent every year on a global basis in the intelligence community. And this leads into some observations on kind of hindsight and oversight. There are the kind of large investigation pieces that are looking at, from some people's perspective, the car crash that has already happened. And there's value, obviously, in doing that, and recommendations and reforms that come out of that. Eleanor spoke at length about the joint congressional inquiry. I will say, when you look back at testimony about intelligence reform to the signals intelligence arena, you will see executive branch officials often referring to that joint congressional inquiry report in both open and closed hearings. That report, while not generating the public attention of the 9/11 Commission report, with its kind of novel and its approach that it wrote in its dramatic open hearings. However, when you were to match up those two reports, you will find a great level of technical detail about 9/11, about the plotting and planning, about issues that came up, about reforms that needed to happen. And in a lot of ways, people in the executive branch, I know I personally did, went through that report carefully and looked to see how are we remedying these issues that are raised by that report. There were problems in our signals intelligence collection. There were problems in other areas of intelligence collection. So while that was a report that was looking in hindsight, it also had a lot to do with things going forward in terms of, okay, we have these information sharing problems that have not been well documented. How is it that we are going to fix these? What are we doing to remedy gaps in our intelligence collection? So it was very valuable. I would also say that what Daniel laid out in terms of what the resources of the Senate Intelligence Committee, and on the House side, of course, the House Select Committee on Intelligence is very different than what we heard this morning in terms of the Church Committee and what they were facing in the oversight framework at that time, when you have the kinds of resources and devoted staff that Daniel talked about in terms of their expertise. That does give the capability to the committees to do very important oversight hearings. I can think of hearings that were held in a series of hearings around looking across the intelligence community at certain programs that the community had in terms of collection of information. And some of those hearings, I recall when the committee was setting them up, were asking questions that we had not asked in the Director of National Intelligence Office to really understand what was going on across 16 intelligence agencies. And just by doing oversight hearings actually forced us to bring together a lot of programs that had not been brought together before, present those to the community and, to the committee, and the committee rightly saying, are you coordinated on these programs? It seems like there's a lot of different people doing some overlapping things. What are the standards you're using? How are you coordinating all this? And that's where the value of oversight can come in. There's certainly a lot of issues out there we can think of right now that I wonder whether or not we're going to be seeing Eleanor Hill making a return comeback for an investigation. But we all We all hear on a daily basis, Director Comey at the FBI, others talk about the homeland threat, about the dangers of what is going on with ISIS recruiting over social media, through the internet. How are we covering all of these people who now far more easily can travel to Syria, to Libya, to parts of Iraq and get training and come back to the European Union or into the United States? Is the FBI resourced to cover these people? Are our laws properly calibrated for what we need to do to deal with this threat? Somebody's already mentioned cybersecurity this morning, and everyone talks about how that's the top threat to the country. Have we had a set of oversight hearings about what the agencies are doing? What are their roles and responsibilities? Or are we going to have a commission looking back at all of this if we do have an attack or something in the cyber arena? And we're going to be reading a 9/11 Joint Congressional Inquiry report that says, lists in great detail, this agency thought that they were not responsible for protecting this part of the infrastructure because this other agency did. This agency wanted to protect the infrastructure, but they didn't have the authorities. But Congress says, well, nobody told us you didn't have the authorities. So while we do spend a lot of time on looking at the big issues, the controversy reports, I would not want to get lost the value of oversight in holding the executive branch, frankly, responsible for some of these issues that they're dealing with, and the executive branch coming forward if there are gaps in capabilities in other areas and addressing them. I could go on for a long time, but since I stand between us and lunch, I'm going to pause right there, I think.
Great, thanks, Ben. So Michael, Ben's raising all of these points that oversight allows us, it forces coordination, it defines the roles and responsibilities, it allows Congress and the country to be forward-looking and more proactive. But you're pointing out that we wouldn't have these hindsight kind of investigations if it had been doing that all along. So why didn't it happen before is the question I'd like to ask you. Is this an issue of agency capture now that we no longer have term limits on the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence? Is this a question of the staff members not being briefed and not enough skiffs on the Hill? Like, is this an issue of the timing of the briefings? Like, can you talk a little bit more about what you think went wrong that brought us to a point where Daniel has to write a 6,700-page report to just detail what happened?
That's a huge question, and the short answer that I suggest in my book is that I think the United States has inadvertently drifted into a structure of what Walter Badger, the British constitutional scholar, refers to as double government, a system in which we've developed a bifurcated system in which one set of institutions, I call them the Madisonian institutions, the presidency, the Congress, and the judiciary, are seen by the public as controlling national security policy, and that's important for maintaining the legitimacy of the system. But the reality is that it is the several hundred managers of the intelligence, military, law enforcement agencies of the government who actually define and implement national security policy, and those agencies are effectively dominant in the control of American national security policy as a consequence of the deference that is paid to them by the Madisonian institutions. There's a system, and that particular system of double government has arisen not because of any conspiracy or nefarious motives on the part of anyone. No, it's something that and when my Senator Elizabeth Warren refers to a rigged system, that although a lot of people immediately latch on to that, I don't think there's any intentionality in it. These are the several hundred managers that I've referred to are patriotic, hardworking, dedicated experts who are committed to the American national security. But the whole system has evolved as a consequence of an incentive structure that is baked into the American political system. And you can go down each of the elements, as a number of panelists have pointed out already. Members of Congress are, as Locke Johnson has pointed out, driven by, above all, the electoral connection, the need to be re-elected to office. It's a rare senator such as Frank Church, frankly, who will stand up and become a walking dead man as a consequence. The last 2-3 years of his term, he was running 35 percentage points behind Steve Sims in the Gallup polls in Idaho. And of course, it was lethal to be identified in that very conservative state as the CIA's principal tormentor. But you have to have individuals like that who are committed to the public interest over their own private political careers. And Congress today has too few individuals like that. It all goes back, in my view, ultimately, I don't want to give a long book-length answer to this question, it goes back ultimately to what Justice David Souter has referred to as the pervasive civic ignorance of the American people. The framers, James Madison, whom Laura referred to earlier, talked incessantly about civic virtue, about the need for an engaged and informed public to elect individuals to public office who were committed to the public good above their own private welfare. And absent that all-important predicate of civic virtue, the whole system collapses. American people have a mistaken view. They think that this wonderful system of ours operates and remains in equilibrium as a kind of perpetual motion clock. It operates of itself. That's not correct. The whole system collapses when that all-important predicate of civic virtue is lacking. And the truth is that that is the ultimate weakness of the system. So, you know, these reforms that we've been discussing are all interesting, but the central problem is that you're looking to broken institutions that are too weak to fix themselves. And the energy has to come from the outside. The energy has to come from the people. And unless the people are sufficiently outraged, it's the climate that Fritz referred to in the earlier panel, unless the climate is continuously insistent upon holding accountable public officials who breach the law, this system is just not going to work.
So in the first panel, Mort also mentioned the importance of making the information public, and certainly today's discussion that Senator Levin has put together is a way to engage in civic virtue and to make information more public. Eleanor, what do you see as the fixes for the problems that have been identified so far on this panel, and other problems that you see from your long experience with congressional oversight?
Well, one, you had asked Michael about what can you do to improve congressional committees' ability to do this on a continuous basis. One of the things, and this is more a practical thing, you know, the intelligence committees and many of the big authorizing committees in the Senate, they do investigations and oversight, but they really don't have a lot. It's changing, but it's changing slowly. A lot of them still don't have an oversight or investigative unit or subcommittee. One of the things that the House Intelligence Committee did after the 9/11 joint inquiry was they created in the House committee a subcommittee on oversight and investigations. And the idea was, and I think it's a good idea, that, you know, I know from being at the Permanent Subcommittee on Investigations for so many years, that is a subcommittee that is dedicated to investigations and oversights. That's what it does. It doesn't have to balance that with doing markups and legislation and floor work and everything else. It does investigations, and it's very good at it because it has the staff, it has professional investigators, experienced auditors, investigators, detailees. It has the time to focus on long investigations. In the House, the Energy and Commerce Oversight and Investigations Subcommittee is the same way, very similar, and the Oversight and Government Reform Committee. But what you don't have in the intelligence arena in Congress is this dedicated, whether it's a unit or a subcommittee or a group or a committee or whatever, a dedicated entity that is responsible to focus on oversight and investigations and not to go, you know, Congress is very busy. These committees are very busy. They do a lot of legislation. They do a lot of budget review, and budget review is tedious work and takes time, and that's oversight in one way. But to the extent you're doing more of that, you have less time to focus on these long-term, in-depth investigations and oversight that really is the only way you're going to get to the bottom of what's really going on. And you can tell from Dan's description of their work and what I told you about the 9/11 committee, these are not things that can be done in a couple of weeks. This takes time. You have to review millions, thousands of documents. Then I think you have to do interviews, you have to do depositions. It takes time, it's hard work, you have to ask hard questions, and it's not going to be done by a committee that is going from 5 different things and doing legislation, markups, and this. They need to have people dedicated to that task. And the unfortunate thing, I checked before I came to this yesterday, and the House Intelligence Committee that had set up that Oversight and Investigation Subcommittee post 9/11 no longer has that subcommittee. So that entity is now missing in the House committee too. And I don't think that helps the oversight.
Did you find out why that was no longer?
No, I just checked before I came up here to make sure it was still there, and it is not still there. So.
Ben, what do you think of this proposal? And would it go some way toward these issues that you outlined that are important for even the executive branch, which is forcing coordination, clarifying roles and responsibilities, and moving the government to a more forward-looking perspective?
Yeah. Well, I don't think you need a PSI-like structure to do the latter piece of this, and I'll leave I've not given a lot of thought to the PSI and the intelligence committees. I think I will say as has been pointed out for many years, we all wait for enactment by Congress of the reforms. We've now quoted the dysfunction quote is very popular about oversight from the 9/11 Commission report. And it's now 2015 going on 2016. Of course, when the dysfunction quote from that about the dysfunctional oversight, the rest of that paragraph is a recommendation for Congress itself about clarifying jurisdiction and other things. And the single part of the 9/11 Commission report, of course, where no action was taken was in the area of clarifying congressional jurisdiction and oversight. So I do wonder, before layering on additional things, whether or not Congress itself should address some of those issues, which have been longstanding, and it is not the type of thing where the public is going to get outraged about and force change there. So I do think that those recommendations remain out there. Certainly, you get agencies who feel like they're the great example, of course, is Department of Homeland Security, and I don't know what the number is now, if it's 77 or 82 different committees of jurisdiction, all coming at the secretary from every angle, which has its own dysfunction that it creates. So I think some of those need to be clarified also before you layer on yet other committees.
Great, thanks. So we have on the table, Daniel, 4 proposals: leadership, education, a new subcommittee on investigations, and clarification of Congress's roles. One problem that, at least in the media, it seems that your committee, your staff, not your committee, but has faced over the past 8 years, perhaps, is the issue of intimidation and ways to deal with classification in a deeply secret world. What additional recommendations might you have for fixing what the dysfunctional quote that keeps throwing around to address the dysfunction that we currently see?
At the end of December of last year, December 30th, then Chairman Feinstein sent a letter to the President with a number of recommendations drawn from the report. The last recommendation, as I recall it, was, second to last one, was access to documents. The committee needs to have access to original documents, and there's constantly fights over any committee's access to seeing records as opposed to being briefed. The final one was on the executive order on declassification and the need for the ODNI to be involved in declassification decisions and the need to have consistency. We experienced from April of 2014 to December of 2014 various rationales for why this sentence or that needed to be classified. And it was very frustrating for members, I believe, and they've spoken about that on the floor, to have these various and varied reasons for why this sentence is classified in May, and then we convince them in June that no, this is already on the public record, and then there's a mosaic theory or what have you. But Senator Feinstein feels strongly that the executive order that Obama created needs to be followed, and I think most, at least some of the Democratic members who've spoken on the floor on this issue, feel that in this case, the executive order wasn't followed on the declassification of our report.
Can I just comment on that just briefly? I'll say anyone who's been through the declassification process, I'm sure you'll find a 100% hit rate in terms of the person finding it maddening. In terms of, I think it was Director Jim Clapper, the current DNI, who said only God knows all the intelligence programs that are out there and the various compartments of the programs that are out there. So I will say that there is always going to be, for those doing declassification reviews, they're going to look at the downside that signals intelligence, human intelligence, our intelligence sources and methods are very fragile. And I am sure in those reviews the thumb on the scale is to not make mistakes. I will say, and I can't speak to the experience on the most recent report. I was obviously not a part of that. But you didn't see that there were these meetings across the intelligence community to say, how are we going to keep this classified, and let's do pretextual reasons to do that. I mean, these are generally handled by career professionals. I've certainly looked at things in public reports and been released and thought, oh my gosh, I thought that was highly classified, and then went and searched a director of CIA speech and found that sure enough, he was talking about it, and I was wrong on that. So while the declassification review process is maddening, I certainly was not a part of meetings where people were like, oh, this is very embarrassing. Now let's figure out a way to make it classified. And when there were cases where things were going that direction, you certainly spoke up and said, hey, we did take the executive order seriously, and I'm sure we can come up with counterexamples and things like that. But I don't have any kind of global review recommendation to fix the declassification review process, which does simply require you going often line by line across agencies, because there is no one person who you could give something to that talks about a program, and that person could say, oh, let's do this. So it does require often, frankly, that forced march through the documents.
All right, thank you. So we have a little bit of time to open it to questions. So if you have a question, please raise your hand. We'll go. First, come up here to get a microphone. So first, this gentleman here. This gentleman first, and then we'll move to you.
Here and then here. Or you asked before, so we'll just give you. You have to come up. No, okay, yeah, go ahead.
And if you could please identify yourself and then ask the question. Thanks.
Hello, my name is Edward Levine. I was a staff member of the Senate Intelligence Committee from 1976 to 1997. Listening to the first two panels, it strikes me that much of the frustration we have heard is inevitable, and it's part of the challenge that always goes with intelligence oversight, and it won't go away. You have a situation in which you need to have a panel or panels that have great access, that can bring things to the public when necessary, but that at the same time can engender enough confidence in the executive branch that the executive branch will, if not willingly, at least grudgingly, share the information that the oversight panels need, and will trust them to use that information in a wise manner. My personal view is that broad organizational changes are not likely to produce great results. They are more likely, like executive branch reorganizations, to produce a bit of chaos. But I think there are some minor things that one can point out that reach to the broad concerns that people have. One would relate to the membership of committees. When the committees were formed, the leadership of the Senate and House were very much concerned to put on members who would engender confidence on the part of the executive branch. And frankly, they blackballed some people who were seen as insufficiently trustworthy with classified information or too likely to grandstand. And that may have been unfair to some individuals, but institutionally it was very useful in giving the initial membership of the committees the ability to say to the executive branch, here we are your best friends in Congress, and you'd better deal with us. I'm not sure that that has continued over the years. My perspective was that more and more members began and leadership began to think of Intelligence Committee membership as one more thing to be offered to somebody in return for a favor, or just because there would be a nice thing to do. And one of the things that I would point out is the practice of appointing freshman senators and congressmen to the committee. I don't know how any leadership can be confident that a newly arrived member of the body has the right temperament and background to do the oversight that you've been talking about. I say that even though one of my bosses was one of those and was a very fine man. Still, I think it might be nice for the leadership to say, you need at least 2 years in the body for us to get to know you before we will inflict you on the intelligence community. I think that term limits was a good thing for the Senate committee, not because members would be captured, but rather because it gave you some assurance that if you accidentally appointed somebody who wasn't that good, they wouldn't stay on forever. And in addition, it gave more members of the Senate and the House the ability to feel, well, I may not be on the committee, but I might be on it next time. Regarding oversight and investigations, oversight is an everyday matter. I think it is impossible to overstate its importance, because it is in that everyday interaction with the executive branch that the members and staff of the committee learn about the organizations that they are watching over, and at the same time gain their confidence.
Thank you. We have a number of questions and limited time. Would it be all right to stop there and let the panelists respond?
Absolutely. Thank
you very much, Mr. Levin. So frustration is inevitable, but there are some minor fixes. Eleanor, do you have any thoughts on these fixes?
Well, I said what I thought about the committees. I think there is a lot of frustration, but I don't think we should accept change as inevitable. I think we need to keep trying. The classification process, I think, and I'm not an expert on that process. I've dealt with it, but I don't know the current state of what the process is. But there needs to be some way to review those decisions. And the other thing, we have documents that are classified, that have been classified for years and years and years. Now, do they just remain classified in perpetuity? I mean, maybe you should start thinking about a sunset provision after so many years where the presumption switches unless you can prove there's still reason to keep that material classified. But there needs to be some innovative thinking about that, because that's an issue. It's not just an issue, and I won't go into it, which is another story, but even as an IG at the Department of Defense, I set up an intelligence overview component in our agency, our organization. We had resistance at DOD to the IG. Now, we ultimately got access because I insisted on it. But this is not just a congressional issue, it's also within the executive branch.
Thanks, John. It's okay. I would just mention that I think some of the members on our committee have spoken publicly saying that the executive order that President Obama issued in December of 2009 is actually a very strong executive order in terms of getting information out and declassified. I think the view of some members is it's just not being followed, and that's the issue.
Michael?
My own sense, Ed, is that the problem today is quite the opposite. I think there are too few watchdogs and too many cheerleaders, and if the executive branch doesn't like the fact that tough people get appointed to the committee, that's too bad.
All right, we have more questions. There are two people lined up. I'd like to take both of your questions and let the panelists respond. 3 left. Then please, all 3 ask your questions, and then we'll let the panelists respond.
Great. Hi, my name is Danielle Bryan, and with the Project on Government Oversight, or POGO, and thank you so much, Linda and Elise and Senators Levin and Lugar for this fabulous opportunity. I had 2 semi-related issues that I wanted to ask your thoughts on. One is probably most directed to Mr. Glennon. When you spoke about the double government and how national security, intelligence, and law enforcement operations are really not subject to the same kind of separation or balance of powers as is traditionally thought, and what do you think about the implications of how much of those operations are now privatized to contractors, and the fact that much of what has been considered an inherently governmental function has really been turned over to the private sector? And secondly, related to the balance of powers question, when Dan was describing the makeup of the staff of the Intelligence Committee, something that I believe is significantly different from what was happening with the Church Committee. As you mentioned, I don't know if much of the staff are from the agencies and going back to the agencies on rotation and detail. And what is the implication for separation of powers when the congressional staff are actually working for the agencies for which they're to whom they report? And for a little history on that, it wasn't that long ago, I think it was then House Chairman Jack Brooks, who didn't even believe that the executive branch could make determinations on who on their staff could be cleared. He had the Capitol Police make that decision rather than someone from the executive branch because of the principle of balance of power. So I was interested in your thoughts.
Okay, the other 2 questions? Yes, please.
Hi, I'm Daniel Schumann. I'm with To Me in Progress. This conversation has been very interesting, and thank you so much for having it. The question that I have doesn't seem to have come up as much in the conversation, which is about the structural nature of the House and Senate itself. When you look at, for example, the House of Representatives, look at Senate committee staff, it's down by 33%, 34% over the last 20, 25 years. When you look at personal office staff, it's also down significantly. So, for example, committee staff went from 1410 in 1979 to 957 in 2009. It's even worse on the House side. When you look at GAO is down to 2/3 of the level it was in 1979. It's lost somewhere in the vicinity of 2,000 staff. When you look at the composition of HPSI and SISI, the Church Committee had somewhere in the vicinity of 150 staff members, more or less, to do the work that they're doing now. The Senate Intelligence Committee has somewhere in the vicinity of 40, more or less, some of which are do double roles as both designees as well as being committee staff. The House side is even worse. You see the lack of other committees of jurisdiction being able to get access to information where the intelligence committees oftentimes will sort of elbow them out of the process. So the question that I have is that we see a tremendous diminution in the capacity of Congress to do its job. Just in the last 5 years, we've seen a 10% decrease in the House's overall budget and an 8% decrease in the Senate's overall budget. Is this one of the contextual questions that we need to address, which is not just, is HPSI or SISI able to function in of itself, but is there an overall lack of capacity within Congress to do this kind of work, which is the result of sort of these institutional choices that Michael, you were getting at a little bit? And if so, what are the key things that we need to do to try to roll this back and address and put resources to where they would do the greatest good?
Thank you very much. And the last question.
Thank you. Michael and Locke both divided the world of intelligence into hindsight and foresight, or current oversight. Locke's felicitous phrase was the difference between police patrolling to prevent wrongdoing or problems and firemen going to put it out. Most of today, with regard to the Church Committee, the torture report, 9/11, has been about the firefighting. And that's when Congress is in the strongest position in terms of leverage to get information. But there's been almost no discussion, literally, about how to do effective oversight in the police way. And I'd like to put a proposition based on 40 years of doing oversight of intelligence and get any of your reactions. But in my view, at the end of the day, hearings, testimony, written questions to the agencies, and even interviews, not where you know something's been done that's questionable, like torture report or 9/11, and then you do interviews. But even interviews are not the effective way to do it. And in my experience, when I was doing oversight for the President of the United States, so in theory I had access to everything, the fight was just as tough. And for me, the only effective way to really do day-to-day oversight is on a random basis for Hill staff to go to the agencies, not get a briefing, but to look at operational files, or in the case of FBI investigations, case files, and see whether A, people have been following the laws and regulations, in which case perhaps it indicates you need to change the law and regulations, or B, have not been following them, in which case you have to pursue accountability. And to me, that at the end of the day is the only way to really do effective policing kind of oversight. And I'd like your reactions.
Thank you very much. We're going to go ahead and begin with Ben.
Yeah, I'll leave the the structural nature of the Congress and the budgets and others to others to comment on. In terms of the question on firefighting and foresight versus hindsight, I don't know that I'd favor people going into operational files and everything on a daily basis, and the separation of powers and other issues that would present. However, in terms of there is value in the hearings, the questions, thinking about what are the big issues and themes that the committee wants to address. I'll just say that is what is very effective is when that is done in a fact-based way, where there is value to those hearings and looking at the agencies and how they're addressing the current problems. So we aren't always in the position of just doing hindsight, and that I've seen value of in the past. It's hard. It doesn't get the press that when you're talking about the controversy of the moment, but there is value in informing the public of that. Are you getting value for the tremendous amounts of tax money that we spend on these efforts on a global basis? And to me, that's a critical part of what the Congress should be doing in terms of fulfilling the mission of protecting the country. How is the executive branch doing that, and are we getting value of money across what is, frankly, a diversified intelligence enterprise, across the many different departments and agencies?
Thank you. Michael.
Thanks, Laura. Well, very quickly, in answer to the first question concerning privatization, I think privatization has a kind of multiplier effect. It amplifies the difficulties that congressional oversight committees have. Dana Priest wrote a magnificent study called Top Secret America. It's the title of a book and a series in the Washington Post. And she identified 46 different entities, organizations within the intelligence community that contract with 10,000 different companies and operate at 40,000 locations around the United States. There are over 5 million Americans who now have security clearances, and over half of them have top secret security clearances. It's very, very difficult for the tiny committee staffs that Congress has to oversee that vast bureaucracy. So moving to the second question, I think the answer is, number one, of course, the size of committee staffs has to be increased. But I want to make a suggestion, and I'm hesitant to make these kinds of structural suggestions for the reasons that I described. I think it's basically a kind of Band-Aid at this point. However, when I was hired by the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, I think it was 1977 when I was appointed legal counsel, I was hired by a personnel subcommittee that hired the entire professional staff. There was no minority and no majority staff at the time. And so I had to pass muster from Senator Javits, Senator Case, Senator Church, and Senator Sparkman. That was true of everybody who got appointed to the staff. And the result was, number one, you had a fairly moderate group of people, not extremists on either side, appointed to the staff. And second, they did the work for the full committee. Everybody from Senator Lugar on the Republican side to Senator Church on the Democratic side called upon the same professional staff. And these professional staff members stayed for a career, and there was a great institutional memory as a result. So I think that that is one possibility when you talk about the need to return to a bipartisan culture here on the Hill. That's certainly a thing that people ought to think about returning to. Finally, I don't have any problem with random staff visits. I think that's just, it ought to be a daily routine for the oversight committees, and I wouldn't stop at looking at the files. I would go with a transcriber present and take depositions at the same time.
Turn next to you.
Sure. Let me work backwards a little bit. Third question was the comment about there seems to be a lot of firefighting going on and not a lot of policing in the oversight business. I would argue that there actually is quite a bit of policing going on. It's those things that you don't see that don't come out. There are things that the committee handles on a bipartisan basis during hearings often where there is comedy among the members and there is tough questions for the CIA director or whoever it may be in front of the committee, and bad ideas are stopped. And they don't lead to what you will see later on down the road. So without commenting further on that, I think as a current staffer, I could say I think I see policing going on. So that should be a little bit reassuring. In regard to the random visits to agencies and access to operational documents, Senator Feinstein has spoken publicly on this. Senator King has been very eloquent. The committee needs to be able to trust and verify, and the verify aspect of that is getting access to documents and not having those fights over access to documents take 3, 6, 9 months or a year. In regards to the staffing, the first question, let me jump back to that one. I had mentioned that we have about 40 staffers on the committee. 2/3 have experience in the intelligence community or the U.S. military, and about 1/3 come up through the Hill. And I think the question was, if I can paraphrase, was saying, aren't these 2/3 of staffers captured by the intelligence community, and who do they really work for? I think what I found over my 9 years on the committee is that the folks who come from agencies are typically the most aggressive in their oversight of the agency they came from. And whether that stays true in the future, I don't know. But I can say for at least the 9 years I've been on the committee, you typically see the NSA staffer that the committee hired knowing where to look and what some of the issues are that they think the committee should do a deep dive on. In regards to the bipartisan staff, we are a bipartisan staff on the committee. Now, I work for both the chairman and the vice chairman. In my early days before I got sort of sucked away into report land, I covered counterterrorism for the committee and would regularly brief the Republican members on the committee, and they didn't ask my party affiliation or ask how it was that was I taking a slant one way or the other. It was, this is the latest the intelligence community is working on in this Al-Qaeda plot or that Al-Qaeda plot. The committee relies on Republican staff to brief Democratic members as well. So there is still quite a bit of bipartisanship on the committee that also you don't see in the same category of the policing that's happening. Finally, the second question was on the decrease in Congress's budget and the decrease in staffing. I think undoubtedly we could use more staff. I think congressional staffers are vastly underpaid. No, of course not. I mean, we have 40 staffers on the committee. We could certainly double that. I mean, the intelligence community budget is well over $50 billion, so that gives, what, $1.25 billion each of us to oversee, and clearly that's a very difficult tasking. So.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just would mention a couple of kind of random thoughts on the questions on the staffing. Certainly, the more people you have, the more resources you have to do the investigation. And this also leads into the detailee question, or the question about bringing people from other agencies. A couple of things. The 9/11 joint inquiry, I think roughly our staff was about 25 people, which is not incredibly huge for an investigation like that, but we had hard workers and they were experienced. They knew how to do investigations. They were nonpartisan. No one was asked their party politics. I could not tell you to this day whether they were Democrats, Republicans, or whatever they were, but I can tell you they were all highly experienced people in terms of oversight and investigations. And that's my view, is that's the way it should be. The question about agency detailee, I call them detailees. We did not have people from the agencies when we did the 9/11 inquiry. We had some retired people that were no longer there who had experience, but we had no current people on our staff. But when I was staff director at the Permanent Subcommittee on Investigations for many, many years, we commonly used detailees from the agencies. Most of our detailees were FBI agents, IRS agents, Secret Service agents, DEA agents, GAO auditors. So we got investigative and law enforcement people. And I think Dan's correct. We may have had one or two that tended to lean toward their agency, but we were aware of that and we steered them in the other direction. But for the most part, I thought they were even more aggressive, and they lived, worked with us every day. They were in the office and they were part of our staff, and they answered to the subcommittee and not to their parent agency while they were there. The last question from Bert about the foresight versus hindsight. I agree that foresight is very important, and I do know that the intelligence committees, even when I was there, were doing foresight on a regular basis, not in the terms of what you're talking about, in terms of going and doing random visits and looking at the operational files. I don't have a problem with that. I can see where the agencies would not like it. But the one thing it does remind me that I think is very important, and when we were doing the 9/11 inquiry, we insisted on it, and it was something, at least from my discussions with the members, that at that point in time, they had not really done in the intelligence committees. And what it was we were not content to only talk to the senior leaders of those departments and agencies. And my experience for years, not just in the Intelligence Committee, if you want to find out what really is happening, you have to look at the operational files, and you have to talk to the people on the ground in the trenches who are doing the work. And you have to judge that too, because sometimes they will have their own biases. But you need the picture from the people who are doing it, and not just what gets filtered and passed up the chain 10 levels to the head of the agency once a year who comes and testifies, because that's not going to really tell you what's going on. So from that standpoint, I would agree with a lot of what Bert said.
Thank you very much. So we began today by Senator Levin posing the question, how do we improve Congress's ability to perform oversight? And certainly on this panel, we've looked at where it was broken, how investigations have proceeded, and different challenges that they've faced, and then moved into possible reforms, which really fall into 4 categories, it seems. First are the resource limitations. So the people and the staff members, from 40 on CISI to 25 on the commission, there are 500 fewer staffers overall than in 1979, as Mr. Schumer mentioned. Looking also at money and the allocations. The second bucket is the committee rules. How could those committee rules also be changed? Looking at term limits, looking at membership on the committees, looking at staff from agencies and how those staff members from agencies are incorporated into the decision making. The third is really moving to a more proactive stance. So daily oversight, talking to people on the ground, considering cybersecurity and future threats, for instance, that are coming down the pike. And the fourth and final bucket is really transparency. Executive Order 13526, whether it will actually be abided by, the Inspector General's role that Ben mentioned, and reducing reliance on what could be considered nuclear weapons in the congressional world, like Senate Resolution Section 8, or the subpoena power, or the speech and debate clause in the Constitution. I hope you will join me in thanking our panelists for their thoughtful and insightful remarks on this topic. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan Jones, Eleanor Hill, Benjamin Powell, Michael Glennon, and Laura Donahue. We really appreciate your time and your comments. We will now have a short break to allow you to go pick up your box lunch and return to your seat, because while you are having lunch, we will hear from Senators Levin and Lugar, and Michael German will moderate that discussion. And you will have the opportunity to ask Senators Levin and Lugar questions on their thoughts about the comments made by the previous two panels.
Senator Gary Peters.
Well, thank you, Carl, and I appreciate that. It's just an honor to be introduced by Senator Carl Levin. I mean, that's just something that I'll never get used to. It's an honor to be here. It's an honor to greet all of you to Washington and to be part of the Levin Institute and this conference here today. We were happy to play a small role in helping you put this together. But I just want to say really how fortunate we are to have Wayne State University involved in this effort. I'm a big booster of Wayne State University. In fact, I'm a proud alum. I graduated from Wayne State University Law School, and pardon me, and you did too, so I'm sure there are other folks here, which is a great university. And now that we have the Levin Institute to focus on what is really just a critical function of government, which is to provide oversight, to ask the tough questions. And those of you who followed Senator Levin's career know that as the chair of the subcommittee on investigations and oversight, that he did that job brilliantly. In fact, folks really were not real interested, or were not really excited when they got an invitation to be before the committee, because they knew Senator Levin did his homework, knew the material inside and out, knew how to ask penetrating questions, and knew how to get to the bottom line very, very effectively. So I can't think of anybody more qualified, more of an expert to be leading this effort to make sure that we're training the next generation of leaders to understand this important function. And I think it's also wonderful that we have Senator Lugar here as well, a respected colleague and one who Carl, I know, thinks the world of. And Senator Lugar, thank you for your efforts in the foreign policy area and all of the efforts that you've had to make sure we deal with nonproliferation issues across the board. But I think the thing about Senator Lugar that deserves the most praise is that he has always been about bipartisanship. It's been about trying to come together, find common ground. In this place, and more recently, it's been more difficult to try to bring folks from both parties together to try to find that common ground, to just seek out practical, common sense solutions to the tough problems that we deal with. And Senator Lugar has always served that way throughout his career. He continues to do that with the Lugar Institute. And I know that's the way both Senator Lugar and Senator Levin worked, and they had that special partnership when they were here. So those of us who are new members, I look to these two individuals with admiration. I look to them as an inspiration, and I look to them as mentors. And I know that future folks who are going to be involved in government can really learn a great deal from these two individuals. So thank you for being here in Washington. Thank you for supporting this work, and I hope you have a great meeting. Thank you. God bless.
Yep. So Senator Levin and Senator Lugar, we are delighted that you are able to be with us this afternoon. During his 36 years in the Senate, Senator Levin served as chairman and at other times as ranking member of the Armed Services Committee, as well as various oversight subcommittees on the Governmental Affairs Committee, now called Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs, most notably the Permanent Subcommittee on Investigations. During Senator Lugar's 36 years, we have 72 years of Senate service represented here on the panel. During Senator Lugar's 36 years in the Senate, Senator Lugar served as chair and ranking member on both the Senate Foreign Relations and Agriculture Committees. Both senators served as members of the Senate Intelligence Committee. Senator Lugar is also the recipient of the Presidential Medal of Freedom. We look forward to your thoughts and observations under the guidance of our moderator, Michael German. Thank you.
Thank you, and thanks so much to the Levin Center staff for putting on a really great presentation. It's quite a bit of work to put something like this together, and we really appreciate everything that you did to make it happen. And thanks so much to Senator Levin and Senator Lugar for being here. And it would be easy to be pessimistic with some of the things that were talked about, but I think all we have to do is look at your careers, incredible careers, where even in a tough environment, you worked in a bipartisan way, and you actually accomplished incredible things. So that's something that I think shows that this is certainly possible. But I'd like, if you can just give your review of where we are and how we can go forward.
Thank you, Michael, so much. And again, I thought these panels were really, really super. And I know how hard Linda worked on this, and I know her hopes were very, very high, and the others who worked on this as well, but I think they've been, if anything, exceeded by the two panels. Let me, first of all, just have one comment on the last panel, then I'll make some comments of my own about some of my own experiences in the area of trying to get information that has been classified released to the public. I want to focus on that with my remarks. But before I get to them, one of the comments which Eleanor made I thought is so true. It has to do with the leadership of the committees and whether they're able to reach an understanding about an investigation and a hearing and release of documents. And her description of the 9/11 committee and the fact that the four leaders from the two houses, the committee leaders from the two houses were able to basically reach an understanding up front, going in, that they were going to do it in a totally bipartisan way. They were going to get a bipartisan staff. They were going to support that staff. That kind of an understanding is so critically important. And for whatever reasons, and I'm not here to critique the Intelligence Committee in the Senate, I happen to agree with the number of comments which were made about the shortcomings of that report. I don't think that Dan was in a great position to comment on that, given his staff position. But nonetheless, if these inquiries, investigations, this oversight is going to be effective, it's got to be bipartisan. And if you can get those leaders of committees to come together in advance to give a real, not just a verbal kind of a blessing, but a real meaningful, legitimate, honest green light and understanding and what the rules of the road are and come together on it, it'll make all the difference in the world. Now, as I said, I want to focus on some of the practical ways to address the issue of public release of information and a couple personal experiences, and I'm going to end up with a comment about I guess, Senate Resolution 400, which doesn't function particularly well from what I've seen. First of all, a couple of experiences that I had, which I think illustrate this problem, which I want to focus on, is about the release of information publicly which has been classified. Example one has to do with, and this is both before the Iraq War. The UN inspectors were in Iraq. They were looking at what were called suspect sites. And they were given lists of suspect sites from various sources, including us, including our intelligence community. And the question was whether or not they had been given the list of all the medium and high suspect sites that were in our possession. Had we delivered that list to the UN inspectors? There were two public hearings held within about a week of each other where I asked George Tenet that question. Now, I knew what the answer was because I had a classified document in my hand. I knew the answer was no, that we had not given them all of the suspect sites which met that criteria or higher medium level suspicion. I asked Director Tenet at the first hearing, which was either in front of the Armed Services Committee or the Intelligence Committee, I forgot which came first, has that list, all of them, been given to the UN? And the importance of that was that if they had not been given all of them, that means that there were still places to go look. And if they hadn't been given all of them, then we were cutting short the UN inspectors before their work was done. You may remember that the UN inspectors were told basically to leave. It wasn't going to be a safe place to stay. The president said essentially UN inspections are over, but the representation was made by Director Tenet that the inspections we had given everything of any major interest to them, so their work was over. But it wasn't over. And if the public knew that their work was not over and was ongoing, and that they hadn't gone to all of the suspect sites, it might have been very different in terms of a public response than it would otherwise be if they thought, well, they've looked everywhere and we still think they haven't, but we can't find them. Actually, it was these were two open hearings, but I had the classified document in my hand. Hearing one, Director Tenet, have you given them all of those sites? Answer, yes. And I say, no, you haven't. The proof is here, but I can't show it to anybody. It's classified. And he'll say he'll double check it, and he'll get back to me to make sure what he was saying was true. About a week later, at the other committee's public hearing, I said, okay, Director, you've had a chance now to go and look and double check what you're saying. He said, I've double checked it, Senator. What I said was true. We've given him the list of all high and medium level suspect sites. And I said, Director, no, you haven't. Now, later on, a couple of years later, when the Senate Intelligence Committee, which was run by the Republicans then, majority Republicans, issued their report on pre-war intelligence and specifically found that he was wrong, that what he had said was wrong. So if I could have released a classified report at that time, which I couldn't, it could have had an impact on public opinion. But the validator of what I'm saying was a Republican-led committee report saying that Director Tenet was mistaken. And this mistake was repeated after he had an opportunity to look at the classified report. The second experience has to do with a very famous incident involving a man named Mohammed Atta, who was one of the attackers on 9/11, and the allegation that he had met with Iraqi Secret Service in Prague with a man named El Ani. Now, there had been a report prior to the war in Iraq, a report that there was this meeting. There was somebody in Czech Secret Service, apparently, who had seen a photograph of Mohammed Atta afterwards and said that that looks like somebody who I saw meeting with an Iraqi Secret Service from a distance. That report was disowned by the Czechs. Flat out disowned. And I can tell you, the Czech government came to see me. And since I was not in a classified setting, I've said this often, they came to see me and said, that is not true. Now that report of a meeting was used, particularly by Vice President Cheney, but by others, as a basis for going after Iraq, for attacking Iraq. I mean, these are serious issues here. It was a major part of the argument that there was a report that the Iraqi Secret Service had met with the guy who was a lead attacker on us prior to 9/11. If I believed that Iraq was part of 9/11, if I had believed that, I would have voted to attack Iraq. I voted against it because I knew it wasn't true. And by the way, one of the reasons I knew it wasn't true is because I'd read the classified intelligence on the subject, which threw huge doubt. Inside the classified intelligence, it was very clear that this was a dubious, unlikely event, which was continually referred to, particularly by the Vice President, but not only by the Vice President. Now, the bottom line is this, in terms of, I said declassification, I didn't use the word technically correctly, making public a cable. The issue is a cable that came in from our embassy in Prague. That cable on this direct subject about this meeting was a highly embarrassing cable. In terms of sources and methods, there's nothing in this cable about sources and methods because the Czech government had already said it was highly dubious. They would have been the source. I tried to get this cable released. I've been trying for years, actually, to get this cable released. I've done everything I can except do what I won't do, which is violate my oath or the law. I can't do that. I can't release this document. Maybe I could have under the speech and debate clause, but I decided I couldn't do that. I could simply hold up this document and say that it doesn't support what was said because it didn't. I can hold it up, and I'll hold it up right now, give you a flavor for what I faced. I went so far as to do something which probably Dick Lugar will say, oh my God, you too did that? I held up a nomination of the attorney for the CIA in order to get the CIA director to release this cable. And what Brennan did finally was say, I can't release the whole cable. I declassify the whole cable. I'll declassify part of it. So little by little, few words here at a time, I've been able to get a cable declassified, which was highly relevant to the question of the questions which we faced going to war. So here's what the cable, here's what in the report, that's what it looks like. And what I would suggest is the following, is that we have and I want to focus just on this one issue and probably going on too long. And that has to do with Resolution 400, Senate Resolution 400. The mechanism is not at all practical for a number of reasons. Number one, it gives the president 5 days to respond. You can dump I know that there's usually been a lot of conversation before this, but under SRES 400, the president has 5 days, and if he doesn't respond, the committee can release the document. well, no president's going to be able to respond. By the way, personally, it says in the resolution, in 5 days. That's not practical. Secondly, it's not practical because the only entity that can release the document in that resolution on their own is the committee, and that means the majority of the Intelligence Committee. Only the majority. The minority and majority leaders, if they're going to, I said release the document, more technically, if they're going to convene the Senate to vote on the question of release, the majority and minority leaders have to agree to do that. So the minority leader and the majority leader cannot do it on their own. The committee, however, can, but that means the only entity that can force a vote on the question of release, which is the critical issue, is the committee itself, and that means the majority of the committee. That is not enough leverage on the part of the legislative branch. And so I would suggest some changes in that resolution to allow either the majority leader or minority leader, and if you want the committee involved, to have either the chairman or the ranking member of the committee to force a vote in the Senate after a reasonable period of time for debate. I know it's a technical change, but it's very fundamental. The legislative branch does not have enough leverage, enough practical ways to bring to a vote the question of release of information. SRES 400 is not a practical way to do it, and it's not balanced because it, again, only has that one entity, the one committee majority that can actually force a vote in the committee. It's hard to believe in my book that a majority leader cannot force a vote if the minority leader doesn't agree, but only the committee can do it. So that, I think, for me, that's an issue I focused on because of my experience, frankly, in the area of public release of classified information, which is vital to know, which there was no reason in these two instances not to release, which was on an important subject, the question of war. There's nothing much more important than a question of war. I guess Dick has been introduced again, so I won't introduce you other than just keep my mouth shut.
Well, thank you for yielding the floor. And as you always have so graciously, and it's wonderful to be with Carl today. I appreciate so much, really, the presence of each one of you. This has been an educational experience for me as to how the entire intelligence apparatus formed in recent years, the various pieces of legislation. I'm going to take a little different tack today because I came into intelligence work, as I mentioned in my earlier remarks, as an intelligence briefer for Admiral Arleigh Burke. As it turned out, when I came in at midnight and was there until 8 or 9 in the morning, sometimes Admiral Burke slept in his office at night during crises. And increasingly, and I was flattered by this attention, he would call me at one time to his bedside. He'd had a nightmare, I think, with regard to a leader of some country, and wanted some reassurance as to who the leader was. And so we had breakfast several times together because he was there and I was there, and we thought about things. It was an interesting way of sharing intelligence because I've been thinking and reading all night, dealing with people likewise who knew at least the current events that were there. And I appreciated those opportunities enormously, took them very, very seriously as a student of intelligence. I would say finally that this led me to think very strongly about the Intelligence Committee when I was elected to the Senate in 1976. This is after the Church Committee had met, and as I mentioned earlier, Howard Baker was kind enough to push my candidacy to become a member of the committee right off the bat. And so I took it very seriously once again. I was not able to get on the Foreign Relations Committee the first 2 years that I was in the Senate. Republicans had so few members in the overall body that there were no positions available, but I did get on the committee 2 years later. And I found that the Intelligence Committee offered a remarkable way of trying to prepare for all the foreign policy judgments that were going to have to be made. I had a background by doing my work diligently in the Intelligence Committee to then try to think in terms of foreign policy objectives with whoever came along as Secretary of State or as President, as the case may be. I mention this because I remember vividly during that long period, and it was a great period in which George Schwartz was our Secretary of State, that he wanted to have breakfast at least once a month, sometimes more often. And he would often come with a list of things that he wanted me to get done in the Senate. But likewise, a sharing of what the real predicaments were, as he saw them in national foreign policy at that time. This led to an increasing number of contacts with President Reagan. It was during President Reagan's term that I first became chairman of the Foreign Relations Committee, and he took that position very seriously, as did George Schwartz. So I was able to, on the one hand, find with the briefings and the hearings and the information of the Intelligence Committee things that I could augment the rest of my thoughts in terms of foreign policy, and directly advise the President during that period of time that we served. I mention this because as I've listened today to all of the strategies as to how information may come about or how decisions are made, I'm impressed by the fact that many of you have pointed out that much depends upon the tenor of the times, what sort of relationship the Congress has with the President, what sort of relationship the public has with the President or the Congress, for that matter, and the fact that life has to go on anyway, whatever may be the politics of the predicament at that point. Maybe my concentration was more on that, of what is politically possible, what good information could be argued as persuasively as possible without knockdown, drag-out fights or embarrassment to anybody involved. And what I found was that I had at least some good co-partners in the Foreign Relations Committee in the form of Joe Biden and then John Kerry. We went back and forth either as chairman and ranking member, depending upon whether Republicans were in charge or Democrats, for the better part of 2 decades. And we held, I think, a common view that at least in the Foreign Relations Committee, in which the votes were very public, that given our relations with other countries, or for that matter with terrorist groups or others that were difficult in those countries, America's face to the rest of the world was a much stronger one if the vote was, say, 16-0, as opposed to 9-7. And that it was worth taking time to try to work it to the 16-0, or at least at worst 15-1, or what have you. Simply because so much of the power of our leadership, whoever was our president or our Congress or what have you, really depended upon that. And I salute Joe Biden and John Kerry because they really held that point of view. Despite whoever might come and go on the committee as time passed, it led really to a good number of opportunities that I think were significant. I jotted down as I thought about today's discussion, for example, about a time in which President Reagan came over to the Capitol. This is still hard to believe, and as I recollect it, I don't know all the circumstances, but there had been an attack upon an American service person in Germany at some point, and the allegations were that it had been done by a Libyan. Reagan was pretty certain of that, been well briefed by his intelligence sources. But he came over for the purpose of gathering together congressional leaders in foreign policy, and as I recall, the Defense and Intelligence Committee. We met in a room there in the Capitol, and this is an interesting proposition if you're ever in a room of this sort. The president said, now, I'd like to have concurrence, if possible, of what I'm going to do. We're going to send an airstrike to Libya. And as a matter of fact, those planes that are involved, or personnel involved, have already gotten underway. They're on the way to Libya now. But we could call them back. And the purpose of the meeting is to determine, whether we go or whether we come back with. Well, that's an interesting question. As debate proceeded for a couple of hours, finally, the determination of the group was that let the plane go. And I remember vividly, upon getting home that night and turning on the radio, as I recall, hearing about an attack on Libya by a United States aircraft. But it was a situation that was replicated in a different way, with different results, I think, by President Obama. When the time came to decide with regard to Libya again, whether we were going to intervene in that community. We've been accused of leading from behind and ideas of this sort, but the meeting that was held was on a Friday afternoon. It meant that many congressional leaders had already left. I went to the Situation Room, as did a couple of other members that shall remain nameless, and cabinet members. Hillary Clinton, for example, had just gotten back from a long trip and was about to go on another one. Bob Gates was there. But in the Situation Room, the president wanted to raise the question of Libya. And so I had the temerity to ask, I think, the basic question to begin. What is our vital interest in Libya at this point? Why would we be involved in military action at all? And he said, well, that's not the question. That's not the question. It's a humanitarian question. Gaddafi will go with his people door to door, shooting people and what have you. And however, he said, no boots on the ground. And we will aid the French and the Italians. They have interests in Libya, as the case may be. And we will not spend very much money. It won't take very much time, and so forth. But it wasn't a very satisfying meeting. So as a result, I got back to Indianapolis and found we were going to have a teleconference on a Sunday afternoon. We were back into the same questions again. But I respected the fact that the president really wanted to wrestle this question to the ground with not only members of the cabinet, but some members of Congress, because it was an important question. The question is still raised by political scientists as to why we did overthrow Gaddafi, although usually as we take a look at those days, why Gaddafi must go, Mubarak must go, Assad must go, everybody must go. Essentially, we were on the side of democracy, the side of human rights and freedom and what have you. None of us at that point, and I certainly am guilty of this, were really briefed enough on the fragments of Libyan society, how many tribes, how many difficult people there were, how, as a matter of fact, without Gaddafi, the thing could not really exist at all as a nation state. That was all that held us together, as a matter of fact. And without Muammar Gaddafi, very rapidly Libya disintegrated. And then, unfortunately, some weapons that we had supplied to various people showed up all over Africa, a spread of this sort of thing. We found some Libyans were in Iraq fighting our troops over there. These are very important questions, and they're sometimes not answered by specific committees. On the other hand, the committees do provide, if you have extraordinary staff, information to members who may be involved in either advising presidents or making decisions and so forth, and that's critically important. And I depended very much upon the staff members on the Intelligence Committee that worked for me, that I was associated with. We went on various trips that were suggested by CIA or by the military intelligence. I remember, for example, this is a bizarre incident, but I was at a training camp of some sort, and they were instructing people how, if you were in a jam, you'd be able to spin a car around and move out rapidly in some other direction. I never thought of such a thing, such a reckless maneuver with an automobile. I'm sort of shocking as I think about it, trying to do these sorts of maneuvers that intelligence people had to do who were in the field. But we came to understand the training that they had, the dangers that they had, an appreciation of that. So as we were busy writing rules and restrictions, we could think of the people who were involved in all of this. Finally, I would just say that we're in a predicament. Our Lugar Center activities, and we have an office here at 1717 Rhode Island in Washington, among other things, and we still are working with our partner Sam Nunn on arms control and with people from our agricultural staff on Feeding the World with the Gates Foundation helping us. But one of the most important things we've been trying to do is to talk about bipartisan government. We've had great help from the McCourt School at Georgetown in amassing data now on the last 10 Congresses on these questions. How many bills did you offer as a member of the House or the Senate that you were able to attract support from the other side of the aisle? Or correspondingly, how many times did you reach over as a member on the other side of the aisle to co-sponsor a bill that you thought really had merit? We selected those questions because they seemed to offer at least the best index of bipartisanship, and particularly if the repetitions of it. Now, we published the first one of these studies on the Congress preceding this one. All 100 members listed 1 to 100 and 100 to 435 in the House members. And it really cracked quite a bit of attention in some of the constituencies, the people. The press take a look at what is our member doing and so forth. Members at least call me and ask, how can I improve my results the next time you publish one of these things? But we also have done a 10-year survey, which indicates, unfortunately, in the last 3 or 4 Congresses, the bipartisanship has gone down. I wouldn't say it's cratered, but it's such a sharp decrease in bipartisanship that it is, I think, alarming for most political scientists. Many citizens are not into this analysis, rating it 1 to 100. They simply are manifesting their disgust in the political polls in which it's asked, do you approve of Republicans in the Senate or the House or Democrats? In both cases, Democrats are a little bit better than the Republicans, but it's bad news for both, with the public as a whole thinking that they're all out of base. You have, at least in the current campaigns that are being run, what is described as a middle class of Americans who are rather hard-nosed about the whole thing and really couldn't care about the issues. We could argue till we're blue in the face today about the specifics of the Intelligence Committee formation and the specific legislation that's involved. The public, as a rule, doesn't even know where the Intelligence Committee is, quite apart from the Foreign Relations Committee or Armed Services. They simply are tired of the whole business. Now, that doesn't absolve anybody of responsibility as a citizen to become better informed, to begin thinking how in the world we are going to face these questions. We touched upon them earlier today, that we do have really very tough questions with regard to cybersecurity. This has come before the Congress for some time, and I'm sure Carl participated, as I have, in many sessions in which there simply was inability of the various parts of our government to come together, quite apart from elements of Congress, on any sort of cybersecurity strategy. But it's not going to go away. And if our banking system closes one day, or our hospitals, or various other situations, this will be climate change in a hurry. And this is a very, very real problem. We've touched upon earlier on the problems, obviously, of Americans having their phones and their computers and everything else read, and these issues have been there before, and we know what the law is. But the fact is that there is very little feeling of security on the part of most Americans, that they have privacy with regard to what they are doing now. That's an underlying theme that has a lot to do with intelligence, foreign policy, every policy, but is going to need solutions, and it comes at a time in which there is so very little bipartisan cooperation. I mention this because frequently, presently, as we line up things like, say, the Iran agreement recently passed, it passed with only Democratic votes. Every single Republican in the Senate and the House did not vote for it. Yet there are intelligence functions here that are going to be very, very important. The follow-up of what Iran does or what anybody else does vis-a-vis all of this is going to be critically important, and the need to have at least some minimal cooperation among the leaders of the committees, or hopefully some of the members too, as well as the leadership of the Senate or the House, is just very, very critical for our country. So these are challenges that go well beyond the scope of our discussion today of the Church report and the formation of the Select Committee on Intelligence. But they are all related, I believe. They are important. To the extent that people in the Intelligence Committee do a good job, that they either counteract, serve on both committees, as I had the privilege of doing with Foreign Relations or Armed Services for periods of time, we're all going to be better informed. We may be able to offer advice to our president or to our cabinet members and to take part in those sorts of fora in addition, having the basis of education that has come from this intelligence source. So I thank you very much for bearing me out in all of these thoughts about the day, and I appreciate once again, Carl, you're inviting me to be a part of it.
Thank you, Dick.
And let me play off something you said. You talked about the public being informed, and of course that's Madison's line about a popular government without popular information is a farce or a tragedy. And I think one of the issues that comes into play is the public frustration grows, not just because there's information we're not allowed to hear about, but that the information we do get is actually false. And you touched on that, Senator Levin, with the idea that the CIA director is saying something that the document proves isn't true. And we saw that with the surveillance debate. So when there's actually misinformation that's been put out by a government agency, does that create more of a duty of the Congress to push back either and maybe even justify public release of the documents that would show that's the opposite?
I think the attempt has got to be made to use the mechanism which is provided. And it's a very, I mean, there's a lot of possibilities there. Speech and debate clause, for instance, one. Trying to get press interested without leaking, to get press interested in a particular issue so that they will use the techniques that they have to try to get information. And so there are various techniques. I've focused on the one mechanism that is provided to us in the Senate Resolution 400, because I think it does have a pathway. I think it's very inadequate, as I indicated. It's very limited. It's not practical. It's not enough power in the Congress, too much power in the majority. If you're going to use that rule, you got to have you got to have the minority with the ability to trigger a vote, not just the majority, and you got to give the president more than 5 days to comment. So, but it's there. I mean, look, I was ex parte at the time, I guess, on the Intelligence Committee. Not ex parte, I was ex officio on the Intelligence Committee at the time, but I didn't think of suggesting, for instance, that we, relative to the torture report, used that rule. We could have gone to the leaders or publicly tried to trigger that rule. Now, with all its inadequacies, at least it could have created a case. I can't remember, frankly, whether there was a discussion about doing that at the time. I just don't remember whether there was that discussion on the Intelligence Committee. It was a sharply divided committee. The big problem on that report was that there was the absence of that agreement, that coming together in advance that Eleanor described existed with the 9/11 report. That was what was missing. You got to have leadership, as Dick just said, that on a bipartisan basis comes together, sets down ground rules, sticks with it, supports the staff, and just let it rip. Bottom line is that, yes, I think that if something is so serious that you got to use every mechanism you can. And the time may come, frankly, that if you do decide to violate the law and to leak something or to release something, you've got to take your chances then on public opinion, on being prosecuted for something that may be illegal. It won't be the first time in history that someone has taken a risk by doing something illegal, providing you're willing to stand up and take the consequences and fight your battle. And if you have to go to court, criminally or civilly, if it's that important an issue, there are times in our history where people have taken those risks. In the civil rights time, it happened with Mandela, it happened with Gandhi. Could something come to that point here? Yeah, I think theoretically it could, but short of that, there was a mechanism, inadequate as it was, which could have dramatized the effort being made to get greater public release of the torture report in the Intelligence Committee.
And I can imagine it's very difficult when you have something like a 7,000-page torture report, but even when it comes down to a cable, it seems like there should be a mechanism that can draw that out. And again, particularly when it's something that the public doesn't know anything about is one thing, but when they actually have false information about it. Is there a reason why the speech and debate clause wasn't something that you would consider or didn't consider there?
I honestly do not remember. I got staff in the room that could probably remind me of whether there was a debate inside of our staff as to whether I should do that. But I won't embarrass them because maybe their memory is faulty too. But
being played.
No, but yet that's not good enough. It's not the impression there's a trick. It's got to be what is there in that cable which was so significant that it could have affected votes on going to war. That's the question, not whether the public, which is sometimes excessively cynical in my view, would then read something into it not being released, which may not be accurate. I mean, facts are really important, folks. They are really, that's what oversight's all about, is facts. And to show you how, I'm still trying to get this. I'm out of the Senate. I'm still trying to get this, by the way, publicly released. I've gone so far as to try to interest a very famous newspaper, not by telling them what's in there, just saying, guys, there are ways you can find out. You can force that issue. If I can interest them enough in this cable, there are ways that a good reporter, and I've told them the ways they can do it without telling them what is in the cable. There is a specific path to find out what, in God's name, resulted in this before a war. What is there in that cable? So I haven't given up.
And Senator Lugar, I can't imagine that there's any area where classification is more necessary and important than weapons of mass destruction and the proliferation of weapons of mass destruction, which of course you spent a good part of your career looking into. And not only were very successful in working on a bipartisan nature, but actually at one point even had the post-Soviet Russians come to you looking for assistance in how to do this. So how do you engender that kind of trust and get access to the information that you need in order to make something like a nuclear proliferation agreement with a foreign country?
Well, I think we are very fortunate that President Reagan named, I think, 16 senators to go to Geneva, Switzerland in 1986. The hope had been after the Reykjavik talks that there would be the first negotiations with the former Soviet Union over arms control with nuclear weapons. That turned out not to be the case. I remember Senator Ted Stevens was so optimistic he even rented an apartment in Geneva, expecting we'd been monitor of the whole business. But Sam Nunn and I met a good number of Russians on that occasion, and we stayed in touch with them during our trips, during recesses to Europe and elsewhere over the course of time. We had no way of knowing that the Soviet Union would collapse in 1991, but that was the year in which that occurred. And some of the Russians that we had been meeting with came to Washington. We met around a round table in Sam Nunn's office. And in essence, the Russians said to us, you've got real problems because some of the nuclear weapons that are aimed at you may not be manned anymore. Our troops are deserting, they're not getting paid. Some are even trying to steal fissile material or other situations off the bases. And so it's a very dangerous predicament for you after 40 years of mutually assured destruction. And so I said, well, what do you want from us? And they said, well, we're going to need a lot of your money, first of all. And we're going to need technicians who can help us take down the missiles and then the warheads and begin really the dismantling of the situation. Because it's dangerous for us, it's dangerous for you. Now, this is an extraordinary situation of Russians calling for unilateral disarmament, but they were in a desperate condition. This was the beginning of the so-called Non-Nuclear Cooperative Threat Reduction Act, in which Sam and I, with the aid of Ash Carter, who was then up at Harvard and came down, gave a white paper speech to a breakfast bipartisan once again. We called together. We got the non-nuclear business passed as a part of another appropriation bill in the last 5 days of the 91 Congress, fortunately. And the House passed it because I think they wanted to head to recess. The administration was not very happy about all this. They said, listen, you guys, you're not commander-in-chief, you're not Secretary of State or Defense, not sort of how dare you start meeting with Russians and passing legislation, even if you're giving the president $400 million to deal with all of this. And so we took a trip. We took General Burns, who was Bill Burns' father, off to Russia and others, and from the administration. We really all got religion together at that point. We saw how difficult this was going to be in parts of Russia and Ukraine and even Belarus. And so this was the beginning, really, of a sustained period of time over 20 years in which 8,000 warheads were taken off of missiles, the missiles destroyed. And this proceeded, not without hitches, through 5 different administrations, different leaderships of Congress, need for an appropriation every 2 years, sort of an endless process, but one that brought more and more trust between the Russians and the Americans who were dealing with it, simply because we realized the gravity of the situation. So as a sort of a quick précis of a long stretch, but the best answer I can give you.
At the heart of it, by the way, if I can quickly add, is that Senators Nunn and Lugar worked together, trusted each other, had a relationship with each other. And if I can pay tribute to another Republican, since you mentioned the Iranian negotiations on the nuclear deal, John Warner joined with me about a couple months ago to write an article in support of the Iranian agreement. I think he was the only Republican that, he wasn't in office, of course, we were both retired, but we wrote an article together. We had worked together for so many years as chairman and ranking member, off and on, of the Armed Services Committee, totally trust each other. The same thing was true by ranking Republicans on PSI, Senators McCain and Coburn. We totally trusted each other. All of our permanent subcommittee investigations were bipartisan. Some very sensitive areas, they were always bipartisan. It's the right way to do oversight, and that's what really this is all about today. Senator Vandenberg, a Republican, made possible the the good things that happened after World War II, which really moved the world in the right direction. It was because of a bipartisan foreign policy, which a great Republican senator from Michigan really led the way on with President Truman. But there's not enough of the bipartisanship which Dick Lugar represents and John Warner represents, and hopefully I and Sam Nunn, but people have to realize is essential to this country's well-being and essential, to get back to the subject of today's forum, essential to good oversight.
Right. And I would love to talk to you for another hour, but we're running out of time, so if we could ask some questions, if you come up, and if you could keep it a question and keep it short, that way we can get as many as we can, that would be appreciated.
Does that mean we have to keep an answer?
Hi, I'm John Eliff. I was on the Church Committee staff, on the Permanent Senate Committee staff until '92, went into the bureaucracy, dealt with the security and secrecy policy until my retirement. And Senator Lugar, I'd like to pick up on your concern about the cyber world, about the world of information technology. It cuts across privacy, cybersecurity, cyber war, covert cyber war. All these aspects cut across committee jurisdictions in ways that the 9/11 Commission looked at. Do you think there would be any way that Congress could work with the outgoing president in the next year to try and put together an examination of the cyber world challenge to the United States that would help not only the Congress but a new president in being able to frame the right policies that cut across all these jurisdictions?
I have to answer that I pray that will be the case, but it will require leadership on the part of somebody in the Congress right now, hopefully several people, and likewise some cooperation with the president.
Hello, Conrad Martin with the Fund for Constitutional Government and the Stuart Mott Foundation. And I want to thank you, Senator Levin, Senator Lugar, for pulling this together. I think it's some of the most important questions that we discuss. And specifically, I want to go to the question, Senator Levin, that you've raised on the difficulty of coming forward to commit truth. Because I think that that's what it fundamentally comes down to. When Senator Rockefeller felt during his briefing on surveillance that there were extra constitutional activities that had taken place, he wrote a letter, 2 letters, one to Bush and one to Cheney, and put it into a safe because he didn't feel that he could come forward with the information. What you're describing that was going on with the UN inspectors when Hans Blix was being savaged for what turned out to be the accurate information that was there. If one reflects on history, you said it would have to be a really important thing for it to be revealed or for you to go against your oath. I would argue that the decisions that were being made about going to war could not have been more important. So the question comes down to, and when Mort Halperin was here earlier, he said, and I think that I agree with him, that there is the congressional authority to declassify. And I just want to spend a little bit more time on that because there's a lot of whistleblowers that are out there with less authority or not from necessarily the same families as Jay Rockefeller that make the decisions to go forward themselves. And they light their hair on fire, end up being punished. So it seems to me the Senate should be able to make some of those same actions when you know there's an untruth.
I think the Congress has the power to declassify or to make public. I don't think there's any doubt about Congress having the power. The question is whether one member should take that upon himself or herself. That's a very different question, first of all. Does Congress have the power? I believe Congress does. Does that mean the Senate has the power separately from the House? Probably yes. By the way, just in going back to that one little issue, in both of those cases, I indicated that what was being said was not true. I didn't say what was true, because that was classified. But I very publicly said that is not true at 2 hearings, okay? So, then the question is, what can you get other folks interested in that issue? But the answer is Congress does have that power. But the mechanism, if you want to use a procedure to do it, is flawed. It ought to be corrected and made simpler and protect the minority so the minority can do it without the majority, because otherwise you got to veto by the minority, and you got to, again, give the president more than 5 days, even if the report's less than 1,300 pages.
And following up on his question, is there more Congress can do to make sure that those within the administration who are dissenting can come forward to Congress without fear of retaliation?
Well, I think we did finally amend the Whistleblower Act so that you can bring to Congress, any member of Congress, classified information. I'm pretty sure I know we tried to make that change for a long time, and I'm looking at maybe Elise.
Yeah, it actually got dropped out of the bill that passed. But
we tried to add it, and okay.
Yeah.
That's a big
issue. There will be ongoing efforts.
There should be, yeah.
Yes.
Hi, my name is Raha Walla. I'm with Human Rights First. I just want to thank you so much for your bipartisan efforts. I think it's increasingly important in an increasingly partisan environment. So just, on the Senate Intelligence Committee interrogation report, I think what gets lost in the shuffle is that it in fact did start on a very bipartisan basis with a 14-to-1 vote with the support of then Vice Chair Bond. And the minority pulled out of that process, not because there was a feeling that it was being pursued in a partisan way, but because at the time, then Attorney General Holder had announced a criminal probe into interrogations, and that sort of created a sense that, it was going to be very difficult to simultaneously pursue a congressional investigation while there was an ongoing criminal probe. So part of my question is, have you ever encountered a scenario like that, which posed additional challenges to an investigation? And then my second question is, to me, this is actually quite a good story in the end. You may be aware that Senators McCain and Feinstein came together on a very bipartisan basis to propose legislation that would hold the government to the Army Field Manual and mandate access for the International Committee on the Red Cross, which is supported by the CIA and the DoD. It passed the Senate on a bipartisan 78-to-21 vote with the supports of the leaders of the armed services, Intel, Homeland Security, Foreign Relations, and Judiciary committees. So my second question is, do you support their legislative effort on the torture issue?
I sure do, if I were around, very much so.
Yes.
That's the easy half of your question, though, for me. The harder half's the first half about the relationship between the ongoing criminal prosecution and the investigation. I think those, and I'll look for Linda and Elise maybe to fill in some details. We've gotten through, we've had to deal with that issue many, many times on the permanent subcommittee. And I know Eleanor is still here, I think, too, maybe not. As to that, when you grant immunity, for instance, it gets to the immunity issue as to when you would grant immunity from prosecution and mess up a prosecution, in essence. When is it more important to get to the facts for the country's security than it is to get a conviction? I mean, if your security is in the balance and you think you can get information which would make this country more secure, are you better off giving someone immunity to get that information? Well, that's a very complex question. It should not be done unilaterally. It's got to be done after a lot of consultation and consideration. Congress has, I believe, and I ought to look at my experts here, has that authority to grant immunity, but that's what you're doing, is you're messing up a prosecution. And I hope that gets to the first half of your question, although it was phrased a little differently.
So if there's no more questions, I just want to again say how honored I am to be here and how much I think your service, not just your service in Congress, but your continuing service is an inspiration, both for its bipartisanship and for its effort to serve the public interest. So thanks very much, and thanks to the Levin Center and to Linda and all the staff. Thank you very much.
And with
Got
that,
two
we-
students from the Levin Center, by the way, are sitting over here, too. They're,
Just keep your mouth shut, though. You don't have to say a word.
And with that, we wrap up the first conference of the Levin Center at Wayne Law. We hope you found it informative and thought-provoking. We have evaluation forms on the table that we hope you'll fill out because it will help us as we go forward with the other conferences in assessing what works and what doesn't work. The conference was also videotaped, and copies of the conference will be available on the Levin Center website. So with that, I thank you again for coming, and I hope you have a very good rest of your day.
We're here.